Dhruva, Markandeya, Nachiketa, and every morning and evening he would take the Supreme Fount of Hinduism to the temple. It was in Sri Rajamudaliyar's house, which was just 2 streets away from his parental home on Tiruvudal Street, that the Supreme Fount of Hinduism used to spend a majority of his time. He grew up more with his maternal grandfather, Sri Rajamudaliyar, observing him, his lifestyle, his habits, and imbibing it deeply within him. Sri Rajamudaliyar was orphaned at a young age, and he walked all by himself as a child from his native town to Tiruvannamalai, and started his career by carrying rice bags on his back and earning a few pennies for it. He graduated to writing the books of accounts for the Natukotai Nagarathar community families known for their ancient heritage and flourishing business. He finally set up his own rice merchandise, which runs till date in Tiruvannamalai from the very same location on Mandi Street, the heart of the marketplace of Tiruvannamalai. It is in his shop that the farmers safely unloaded their harvested rice bags for the wholesale merchants to pick up and supply to the entire market. And it was Sri Rajamudaliyar, along with his brother, Sri Subburayan Chettiar. They jointly fixed the price of rice in the market every day morning with utmost integrity to the farmers and the buyers. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it is from here, Tiruvannamalai, that rice went to 3 states, Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu, and Andhra Pradesh. Even the famous Tanjavur Ponni rice used to come there and get sold in different places. It became like a rice route. Growing itself was not that huge, but the rice mills getting the crops, cleaning, making it into rice, branding, and selling was done here in Tiruvannamalai. Sri Rajamudaliyar, the maternal grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, was elected president of the General Trading Merchant Association, and he commanded great respect in the business circles of Tiruvannamalai for his hard work, business integrity, and spontaneous charity. His business acumen was as keen as his devotion to Annamalayar, and he seamlessly interwove both, never compromising the latter. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes this delightful attribute of his grandfather in these words. When people come, whatever money he gives, he will write in a notebook and say, Anna Malayar Tune. They will take the money and go. Whatever money they come back and give, he will take and account it and say, Anna Malayar Tune, means Arunachala is the protection. Just with this simple notebook, he will maintain the lakhs of income and expense. And the people were so integrated. All this promissory note, the legal paperwork, I learned only in the last 20 years after this international organization got created. The Supreme Fount of Hinduism further reveals in his own words, every night, even if it was 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the night, only after signing the ledger and completing the accounts of the shop, he would go to bed. In the temple, if there was some festival, everyone knows my grandfather will not be in the shop, he will be only in the temple, and they will go to the temple and talk whatever they wanted to. In the temple itself, like how you guys do business in the golf club today, same way I have seen my father, my grandfather, doing big business deals in the temple itself. I have seen this with all my family. The temple is not the source of income, it is the source of life energy, excitement, and a reason to exist. The Supreme Fount of Hinduism further goes on to reveal the rice loads will come from the villages in the bullock carts. In those days, the lorries were not that popular, either bullock carts or tractors. I have seen bullock carts will come with a fire torch or lantern and they will unload the rice bags. Night 1 o'clock, he may come back to the house, but he will wash himself, do the achamana, the traditional cleansing, apply the vibhuti, holy ash, and he will sit and sing the verses from Tevaram and Tiruvasagam for at least a minimum of half an hour, and only then he will fall asleep. And he would chant serially a set of verses every day, starting from where he left the previous day. So, over a period of a few days, he would have finished chanting the entire set of verses. This is called Mutrodal, means chanting the whole thing. He will then keep the shop key at the feet of Mahadeva, Paramashiva, and go to sleep. Even if he leaves the house for a small action, like going to a local temple and coming back, he will take the permission of the deity and then only go. Once he comes back, he will wash his feet and go back to the shrine and report to the deities what happened when he went out, and only then he would come back to his work. Whatever time he may have come back to bed, the next day morning he will be up before sunrise. It is called the Brahma Muhurta, the time that a Shaivite is supposed to wake up. Brahma Muhurta is the right time to wake up your ideas and policies about your life and life purpose. I have never seen him missing till the day he left the body. He will wake up before sunrise in the Brahma Muhurta, take bath, do all his anushtanas, traditional cleansing methods, come back to the deities and perform all his morning worship, pick up the keys from the deity, and with the deity's permission, he will go to his shop. Every time he took major decisions, or every time he comes back from the temple, he may not wash his feet if he has come back from the temple, but he will just go straight to the shrine again, where the family deities are kept, do the namaskar, the prostration, and report to them what he has done. Only then he will continue with other activities. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes such the amazing lifestyle that his maternal grandfather lived in Tiruvannamalai till his last breath. Continuing in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he reveals, till the last day, my grandfather had the bunch of keys, meaning the control over the whole organization which he built from the beginning. He came home from office one Saturday afternoon, as usual by walk. He felt uneasy and restive. They had to admit him in the hospital. He passed away on Monday. So, literally, till the day he died, he attended office. When I saw my grandfather, my great grandmother, all of them, I saw that the concept of settling down in life never existed in them. The people of Tiruvannamalai considered Sri Raja Mudalyar as a symbol of auspiciousness, for whom, from whom to receive the first donation for any new venture for it to be a success. Also, Sri Raja Mudalyar never refused anyone who came to him for a donation for a noble cause, and therefore he was their first choice. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls how his grandfather did the charity from his shop and what was his simple attitude towards the charity that he did. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the most important thing was my grandfather, he had a box. On that box, there would be a board saying Magama Bandhu. It means he would put 10% of his net income in that box every day, and that was kept aside for charity. So when people came asking for donations for any temple function, religious function, temple inauguration, or Annadhan, free food distribution, based on their expense level, he would give a donation. Once I asked him, what is the use of giving money like this, of giving donations like this? He replied, the result of giving donations is more people will come to receive more donations, that's all. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains, the reward for wealth is more wealth, the reward for love is more love, the reward for work is more work, the reward for charity is more charity opportunities, the reward for integrity is more integrity. Just cognize the joy that integrity brings in you, the powerfulness you experience through integrity. Yet another enduring habit of his maternal grandfather in maintaining the self sustenance of the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai in the 1980s, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls, I have seen my grandfather carrying bags of cotton seed, giving, giving them away, and taking back cotton clothes in return and coming back. For all the basic needs, a small unit becomes self sustaining in this fashion. Sri Raja Mudalyar's devotion to the divine extended beyond just everyday worship of Annamalaya. He was a great patron of not just the Arunachaleshwara temple, but of several smaller shrines of Tiruvannamalai. He was present with his entire family for regular Abhishekams, holy bath, that he would pre-book for the entire year on all auspicious days, such as Amavasya, Purnima, New Moon Day, Full Moon Day, Tamil New Year's Day, and so on. And these various shrines were the smaller shrines like the Karpaga Vinayagar temple, the Selva Vinayagar temple, and so on. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started his own home temple in his parental home here in Tiruvannamalai, where we're witnessing the Aushadha Annadhan happening today, and when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism commenced his tutelage at the feet of his guru, Sri Raja Mudalyar, his own maternal grandfather, became his unfailing sponsor for any monetary needs that he encountered. Sri Raja Mudalyar's cashier cum partner would take the visual signals from Sri Raja Mudalyar and dispense the coins with utmost care and integrity to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, testing his patience to the extreme before dispensing the coins. It is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to grow and share sattvic food carrying positive energy, to all the Kailasa ecosystems around the world. This vision the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism fulfilled in Tiruvannamalai through his own grandfather during his childhood years, until he himself officially commenced the Nithyananda Annalaya food temple on the 19th of November 2002. Tiruvannamalai is the land of Annadhan, where food is served free at various temples, monasteries, traditional chowdhuries, and by individuals. Sri Raja Mudalyar, the maternal grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, was known for his extraordinary Annadhan, feeding of sadhus, visitors, citizens of Tiruvannamalai, and even other beings such as the cows, the horses, and the stray dogs on the streets. He had large stone vessels outside his house that he filled with water and food for the animals to quench their hunger and thirst. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism summarizes in essence the life of his maternal grandfather Sri Raja Mudalyar with these very words. He says, I can tell you, the enlightened lifestyle is much more than enlightenment. My grandfather used to live it so casually. His idea, his way of thinking, his way of functioning was so casually centered on this. You're watching the continued service of Aushadha Annadhan being served to the Annamalaya devotees in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai from two locations. One on the Tiruvudal street from the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which Kailasa Bharat has acquired into its divine fold last year, and the second location being the temple monastery located on the mountain path at Adi Annamalai. From these two locations, the Aushadha Annadhan food is being served to the Annamalaya devotees as they perform their Girivala around sacred Arunachala on this occasion of Purnima, the full moon night. This food that is being prepared, that is being served to the Annamalaya devotees, is prepared with extreme care under the personal guidance and micromanagement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Right from the procurement of ingredients to prepare the food, to the people who prepare the food, to those who serve the food, at every stage of producing this food, initiated disciples and devotees of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are involved. And finally, the food is sanctified by offering it to the divine, and as prasada, it is offered to the people at large. Food plays a very important role in the quality of our consciousness. It directly impacts our consciousness. Therefore, from whose hands we receive the food, what is the method of preparation of the food, what is the intention of the people serving the food, all of these play a major role in the way the food impacts our system. And this Aushadha food which is being served is food prepared by initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the intention of serving this food is the ultimate divine intention of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, which is the conscious sovereignty of the people who consume this food. Therefore, this Aushadha based food that is being served is not food served only for hungry stomachs. It is food served with the highest intention of aiding their conscious growth, of aiding the conscious growth of the people who consume this food. The Annamalaya devotees continue to perform the circumambulation, the Girivala around Arunachala on this auspicious full moon night. The spiritual practice of Girivala circumambulating Arunachala has been taught as a spiritual instruction and has been elucidated by all the great masters of Tiruvannamalai. This spiritual practice of circumambulating Arunachala is performed for our human mind to subside as our body moves around the hill in complete remembrance, in continuous remembrance of Arunachala. The mind starts subsiding. This is the science behind performing the Girivala around the sacred Arunachala, where just through continuous remembrance of Arunachala and moving the physical body around the circumambulation path of 14 kilometers, our mind subsides, relaxes, and we enter the zone of oneness with Paramashiva, with Arunachala. The first master to give the spiritual instruction of circumambulating Arunachala is Gautama Muni, who lived here in Tiruvannamalai, whose ashram is right opposite KAILASA Tiruvannamalai on the mountain path, where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening. Over 74,000 meals have been served thus far to the Annamalaya devotees, and we have the entire night ahead of us, where the Aushadha Annadhan will continue to happen until tomorrow morning. And already 74,000 meals have been served.
जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर.
The sannyasis and volunteers of Kailasa are untiringly serving the Aushadha food to the Annamalaya devotees. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, has revealed that serving food to Annamalaya devotees is equivalent to serving food to Annamalaya himself, because when they perform the Girivala around the sacred Arunachala hill and they are in continuous remembrance of Arunachala, then he becomes their very digestive fire in their stomach, because Paramashiva, Annamalaya, is worshipped as the fire element here in Tiruvannamalai. As we know, the Panchabhutas, the five elements, earth, water, fire, air, ether, Paramashiva is worshipped in all these five elemental forms, and in Tiruvannamalai here he is worshipped in this fire element form because he appeared as an infinite light shaft, a fire shaft, to resolve a dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. Therefore, he is worshipped as the fire element here in Tiruvannamalai. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that when the devotees of Annamalaya circumambulate Arunachala with a continuous remembrance of him, then Annamalaya becomes their very digestive fire in their stomach. And therefore, when you serve food to the people, to the devotees of Annamalaya who are performing the Girivala, you are serving to Annamalaya himself, because he resides in them as the very digestive fire.
नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर दीनदयाभरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा
The Annamalaya devotees are completely comfortable and familiar with the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai, and they are fully aware that they are free to walk in at any time during the day or night. When they are hungry and they would like to have a meal, they know for sure that it is available in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai. Over 75,000 meals have been served thus far. You are seeing the counters being continuously updated on your screens. Across both the locations in Tiruvannamalai, over 75,000 people have been served the Aushadha Annadhan and still continuing and will continue till tomorrow morning until the last Annamalaya devotee has completed the circumambulation around Arunachala. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially recognized as the incarnation by his gurus in the year 1981, and they commenced the mission for which he landed as a leader of a Hindu civilizational nation. His gurus started his royal curriculum in all the Hindu sampradayas, the traditions, training him to be the inheritor in all of them. They ritualistically initiated the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into Bala Sannyas, child monkhood, beginning his observance of the Chaturmasya Vrata, which he would start at the mere age of 3, continuing till date. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing this most significant happening in his childhood years, which is the commencement of the observance of the Chaturmasya, describing it in his own words. When an incarnation happens in the body, there is every possibility that within 21 months he may not be able to settle in the body and he might leave the body. So it took 21 months for them to confirm that I am grounded in the body. And after that 21 months, they all had a happy celebration that I am grounded, settled, and I am going to live. So for that function, they wanted to have the blessings of Paramacharya and Tondemandala Sannidhanam. Personally took Raghupati Yogi to the Kanchi Paramacharya. And the Paramacharya not only blessed, he told his assistant to get a bamboo stick. And he touched it 3 times and told the 230th Tondemandala Sannidhanam, take this and give it to that boy. Make him do the Chaturmasya. He knows me. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing Paramacharya, he says, he knows me as Mandi Mudalyar's Peran, meaning the grandson of Sri Raja Mudalyar, who was known as Mandi Mudalyar, Mandi meaning the rice merchandise shop in Tamil. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further reveals, actually the age of the sannyasi is calculated only by the number of Chaturmasyas he has observed. So whoever has done the largest number of Chaturmasyas is considered to be the greatest sannyasi. So Paramacharya instructed them, make him do Chaturmasya from now itself so that the count starts. So my Chaturmasya count has started from the time I was 3. The venerated Chaturmasya in the Hindu tradition is the 4 month period from the 11th day of the waxing moon in the lunar month of Aushadha to the 11th day of the waxing moon of the lunar month of Kartika, roughly corresponding to July to October of every year, as per the Gregorian calendar. This is the period from Guru Purnima to Vijayadashami. Chaturmasya is the time the great Hindu incarnations, seers, saints, sannyasis, and all the spiritual aspirants observe 4 fortnights of austerities. The Narada Parivrajika Upanishad codifies the conduct of sannyasins in detail. It lays down that sannyasis must be moving from place to place to avoid getting entangled with the dealings and habits of the place of the people of the village or town. But during the rainy season, they must halt at one place for a period of 4 months and observe the Chaturmasya. The Supreme Fount of Hinduism further explains the spiritual significance of choosing the rainy season for this purpose. He says, like how the pure rain water enters the oyster shell and makes the pearl in the rainy season, the mind of the beings is so calm and fresh and gets into the higher states of samadhi and gets enlightened. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiates his worldwide followers into this venerated period of Chaturmasya every year, starting from Guru Purnima to Vijayadashami, which is a culmination of the Navaratri festival dedicated to Mother Devi Paramashiva Shakti. During this period, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiates his worldwide followers into studying of the scriptures, the Upanishad, the Bhagavad Gita, the Brahma Sutra, all the sacred Hindu scriptures. KAILASA Tiruvannamalai. Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, located on Tirugudal Street, where we are watching the Aushadha Annadhan being served, is preparing to also offer Mandagapadi to Annamalai later tonight. As after the marriage ceremony of Annamalayar and Unnamalai Amman on the sacred occasion of Panguni Uttiram, the Lord will be gracing his devotees on the Madavidhi, the four streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple, through a grand procession borne on the shoulders of his ardent devotees. And we will be witnessing the offering of the Mandagapadi to Annamalaya on Tiruvural Street, right at the doorstep of Bhagwan's parental home, where Mandagapadi refers to the offering of items used in the worship of the Lord, such as flower garlands, his clothing, fruits, coconuts, incense, vermilion, sandal paste, rose water, and so on. And at 12 a.m. midnight tonight, we will be having the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. He will be manifesting the Kalyana Sundaramurti, one of the 64 superconscious mutation manifestations of Paramashiva, who represents fulfilling relationships. And therefore, on this day of Panguni Utram, the day when the celestial marriages happened, on this auspicious day, we will be receiving the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Kalyana Sundaramurti. We are barely 4 hours away from darshan. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, out of his boundless love and compassion to humanity at large, has made himself available to hear the prayers of his devotees around the world. And through various social media platforms, we may submit our prayers at the feet of Paramashiva. And as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will hear these prayers and support us, bless us, grace us in fulfilling them. The Instagram channel to post your prayers is instagram.com/Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA. I repeat, Instagram channel to post your prayers at the feet of Paramashiva is instagram.com/SRINITHYANANDA, where you can type your prayers in the comments in the live comment section. And in the YouTube channel, you can comment your prayers in the live chat section after going to the live video. And the channel is youtube.com/@Nithyananda TV. And those of you who wish to post your prayers through WhatsApp may do so by joining the WhatsApp group Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda and sending your prayers.
அருணையின் வேந்தன் கொடிதனை ஏற்றி அருளிடும் நாளின் தரிசனம்
Those
கருணையாய்
who follow Twitter
நிலையில்
may
தன்னை
post your prayers
இல்லாத உயர் தரிசனம்
through
உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும்
the Twitter
தரிசனம்
channel,
கவிதையாய்
which is
வந்து வரிகள்
twitter.com forward slash Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA. And in this page, you need to go to the topmost pinned post and click the reply icon and post your prayer along with the hashtag hash ask the avatar. Ask the avatar. AVATAR.
தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம்
Devotees all over the world over the past few hours have been continuously offering the wedding gifts to the celestial couples on the sacred occasion of Panguni Uttiram as they are about to witness the celestial marriage ceremony of all the divine couples live at 11 p.m. Indian Standard Time tonight and 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The link to offer wedding gifts to the celestial couples is events.ecitizen.info /holy HOLI. Events.ecitizen.info /HOLI. The Tonne Mandala Shaiva Velalars, the biological community of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, had their Kriya Mats, Kriya meaning rituals and Mats meaning the monasteries, to carry out their Kriya activities. Each male and female child was to get the Samaya Diksha, formal initiation into Adi Shaivism, between the age 7 and 9, and receive the Vishesha Diksha before 16, which is a second level special initiation. Through the Vishesha Diksha initiation, one is blessed with the right to offer Anmartha Shiva Puja, everyday personal puja offering to Paramashiva. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva and hailing from the Tonde Mandala Adi Shaiva Velalar community. and empowered officially to give these initiations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through various spiritual programs and ritualistic initiations such as the Samaya Diksha and the Vishesha Diksha, continuously restores the spiritual strength of the people of this holy town.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான ஒரு நோக்கமும் இல்ல என்பதும் புரிந்துவிட வாழ்க்கையின் அர்த்தம் அது தெளிந்து விடும் நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான ஒரு நோக்கமும் இல்ல என்பதும் புரிந்துவிட
Over 77,000 meals have been served thus far to the devotees of Annamalai on this occasion of Purnima, of full moon night. From both the locations of Kailasa here in Tiruvannamalai, from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Tiruvallur Street, as well as from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, the Kailasa campus located on a mountain pass.
தெய்வத்தை எண்ணி நீங்க ஆடி பாடுங்க ஆடுவதும் பாடுவதும் முக்தியடைய நல்ல மார்க்கம் தானுங்க கர்மங்களை வென்றுவிட தெய்வத்தை எண்ணி நீங்க ஆடி பாடுங்க ஆடுவதும் பாடுவதும் முக்தியடைய நல்ல மார்க்கம் தானுங்க
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established Kailasa ecosystems all over the world. And when asked what is the purpose behind creating these ecosystems, these temple monastery complexes, on the 15th of July 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed the life human beings are living on the planet Earth is not a complete system. It is evolving. It is a happening, evolving mechanism. The life on planet Earth, even the introduction about you to you, from that to the introduction about pain, to the introduction about pleasure, about good, about bad, about fear, about greed, all the fundamental principles, tattvas you are introduced, all of them are not a complete system. They are an evolving organism. Basically, a few people who are dedicated for evolving the human consciousness, doing this research, should be left to do their job without being constantly harassed or interfered by society. That is the purpose why Paramashiva evolved these demons, for them to explore consciousness and give conscious breakthrough continuously.
அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அச்சத்திலும் துக்கத்திலும் தள்ளிடும் எண்ணங்களை சுட்டு விடுங்க எல்லையில்லா ஆனந்தத்தை தந்திடும் எண்ணம் புது
The ancient enlightened Hindu civilization existed in 56 nations with 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces, and 10,000 Hindu traditions centuries ago. However, centuries of religious persecution has made Hindus orphaned with no country representing them. The last Hindu nation to fall was Nepal in 2007. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, is the head of 21 such ancient indigenous kingdoms of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving Hinduism to its full glory in the United States of KAILASA, which stands for human rights and religious freedom for all Hindus worldwide, protecting Hindus from persecution in over 100 countries. KAILASA is the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation with its own sovereign territory. It is the first sovereign state for all the 2 billion born and practicing Hindu diaspora worldwide. Unlike any other modern nation, the United States of KAILASA provides a base for the revival, preservation, and central administration of Hinduism. The United States of KAILASA stands for all the great values enshrined in the Constitution of KAILASA, the Vedas, and the Agamas. It is governed by the Sovereign Order of KAILASA, the oldest governing body of Hinduism. The Sovereign Order of KAILASA's Nithyananda is an atypical government, simultaneously functioning as the supreme governing body of Hinduism and a sovereign entity under the universal international law. The state flag of KAILASA is called the Rishabha-Dhwaja. Rishabha meaning sacred bull of Paramashiva, Nandi, Dhwaja meaning flag. The KAILASA flag has 4 elements: Nandi, the sacred bull of Paramashiva, the Paramahamsa bird symbol, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Anandaganda image, and the image of Paramashiva. The form of Paramashiva in this flag is his cosmic form, Mahāsadashiva, with 25 heads and 50 hands. It is the most powerful and ultimate form, as he himself describes in the Agamas. In the state flag of KAILASA, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashiva, is seated in front of Paramashiva. The KAILASA flag is deep maroon in color. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the deep maroon Kavi color is associated with Tyaga, renunciation with the right context, and Sannyas, monkhood. It is because of the renunciation of the monks of the sacred Hindu Sannyas order that Sanatana Hindu Dharma is available to humanity today. Many sannyasis and sadhus gave their lives protecting the sacred scriptures, temples, knowledge, gurukuls, and deities. Kavi symbolizes their sacrifice, commitment, and integrity to Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
मूषिकवाहन मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
Those of you
गंगाधर
who
हे
wish to offer
परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा
your deep gratitude
गौरीश
to all the Hindu gods and goddesses in the form of the wedding gifts on this auspicious occasion of Panguni Uttiram, as we are about to witness a celestial marriage ceremony of all the divine couples today, may offer your wedding gifts now at events.ecitizen.info/HOLI holy. I repeat, events.ecitizen.info/HOLI at 11 p.m. Indian Standard Time and 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We will be witnessing the celestial marriage ceremony of all the divine couples through Kailasa's Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, marking this auspicious Panguni Utram. It is on this Panguni Utram day that the celestial marriage of all the divine beings happen, and therefore the Kailasa temples worldwide will be conducting the marriage ceremony of the celestial couples.
बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मङ्गलपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणसागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा
All Kailasivasis, born Hindus and practicing Hindus all over the world are welcome to download, print and hoist the Rishabha Dwaja, the flag of the nation of Kailasa, in your own homes and offices to declare your integrity and support to Kailasa, the first sovereign state for Hindus, subject to the local and national laws and protocols for flag hoisting. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as this blessing to the flag of Kailasa, he says, wherever you put this flag, that space will intensely vibrate with Paramashiva's breathing space. Anywhere you put this Kailasa cosmic flag, the Rishabha Dwaja, Paramashiva's breathing space will fill it. Paramashiva's inner space will fill it. In your office, home, cars, temples, everywhere have this Kailasa flag. This is directly approved by Paramashiva himself. It is directly the flag of Paramashiva. Put this flag wherever you can. You will see Paramashiva's intense breathing space, blessings and protection happen on you. The state emblem of Kailasa is that of Lord Paramashiva and his consort Devi Paramashiva Shakti. Lord Paramashiva is shown in his form with 25 heads and 50 hands with Devi Paramashiva Shakti seated on his lap. It is in this posture with Devi seated on his lap that Paramashiva revealed the Agamas, the sacred teachings available today as Hindu scriptures, to Devi Paramashiva Shakti. In the state emblem, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, as the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva, is seated in front of Paramashiva as a direct representative and living manifestation of Paramashiva.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मातपिता गुरुदेव महेश्वर दीनदयाभर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा 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 பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும்
We are continuing to watch the live relay from Tiruvannamalai, from the two Kailasa locations, from Tiruvudal Street and from Adi Annamalai, where the Aushadha Annadhan is being served to the Annamalaya devotees continuously over the last 12 hours and now reaching over 70,000 people, 80,000 people thus far, and continuing to serve the Annamalaya devotees. The Aushadha Annadhan will continue till tomorrow morning until the last Annamalaya devotee has completed the circumambulation around Arunachala. The sannyasis and volunteers of Kailasa at the two Kailasa locations here in Tiruvannamalai have been undauntedly serving the Annamalaya devotees to the Aushadha Annadhan. With the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this Aushadha Annadhan service is being extended to the Annamalaya devotees, his beloved people of Tiruvannamalai. And in just a few hours from now, at 12 a.m. midnight, we will be witnessing the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, will be manifesting as Kalyana Sundaramurti, one of the 64 superconscious mutation manifestations of Paramashiva, the Lord, the presiding deity for fulfilling relationships. On this sacred occasion of Panguni Uttiram, which is the occasion of the celestial marriages of the divine couples of Lord Subramanya and his divine consort Valli, of Paramashiva and his divine consort Paramashiva Shakti, of Lord Venkateshwara and his divine consorts Sri Devi and Bhudevi, of Lord Ranganatha and his divine consort Taya Ranganayaki. It is on this occasion of Panguni Uttiram that all of these celestial marriages happened, and therefore on this day we will be witnessing the divine marriage ceremony of all the celestial couples through the Kailasa Sakala Devata Kalyana Utsavam, meaning the divine marriage ceremony of all the celestial couples. And we will be receiving, merely by witnessing this divine marriage ceremony, the prasada or the gift from merely witnessing this divine marriage ceremony, which is the space of completion inside us, the space of fulfilling relationships in our life. This is the prasada which we will be receiving with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through merely witnessing this divine marriage ceremony, which is about to commence at 11:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And at 12 a.m., we will be witnessing the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Kalyana Sundaramurti, the presiding Lord of relationships. And in Tiruvannamalai, we will be witnessing the divine marriage ceremony of Annamalayar and Unnamalayamman, after which the Lord and his consort will come in the grand procession around Madavidi, the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple. The procession streets, the southern leg of the Madavidi, is the Tiruvudal Street, in which is located Bhagwan's own parental home, where the Aushadha Annadhan Seva is being offered. And we will be witnessing the live offering of the Mandagappadi to Annamalayar as he stops by just outside Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and receives the Mandagappadi offering from the sannyasis and volunteers of Kailasa. And continuing these eternal celebrations of Hinduism, Kailasa offers the celebration of the holy festival tomorrow, the grand holy festival, which fills us with the energy of Bhagwan Sri Krishna. The Holi festival is one of the most important spiritual celebrations in the Hindu tradition. In the Vaishnava tradition, it is celebrated as the day Radha and the Gopikas united with Bhagwan Sri Krishna in the Rasa Leela, and Bhagwan Sri Krishna gave them the experience of Sahasrara, meaning all of them had their Sahasrara chakra blossom and experience enlightenment. Each Gopika experienced her own beloved Krishna, meaning realizing that her own very soul is none other than Bhagwan Sri Krishna. It is such a day of spiritual ecstasy and celebrations. And devotees around the world are continuously offering their wedding gifts to the celestial divine couples on this occasion of Panguni Uttiram. And the link for offering these wedding gifts is open at events.ecitizen.info/holy, HOLI. Repeat, the link for offering the wedding gifts to the celestial divine couples is events.ecitizen.info/holy, HOLI. KAILASA Tiruvannamalai is preparing for these multiple celebrations along with the Aushadha Annadhan Seva that is being offered on the sacred occasion of Purnami, the full moon night. Kailasa is the seed bank of Hinduism, a non-violent, religious, sovereign nation governed by a lineage of enlightened gurus and a complement to every other nation. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we had 56 desas, countries, 200 states, 1,700 samasthanas, provinces, and 10,000 sampradayas, traditions. Now we have lost all of them. I am the collective voice of all the persecuted Hindus. I will revive and rebuild a Hindu nation built on Veda Agamic principles as a refuge for all the practicing, aspiring, and persecuted Hindus, a safe haven for all Hindus. Kailasa is in alignment with the Montevideo Convention of a sovereign state with a sovereign land, a land under the jurisdiction of a ruler or state, a governmental structure that manages a permanent population of citizens with the capacity to enter in relations with other states or countries. The mission and vision of Kailasa is to have enlightened living as a lifestyle for all of humanity, to share with today's world the practical applications of the science of enlightenment. Kailasa represents the revival of the ancient enlightened civilization based on Hinduism, standing at the bold vision of human potential, peaceful coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Kailasa offers the science of enlightenment as a master key that can solve society's major problems and wishes to share the practical applications of this science as a service for all of humanity. The founding principles of Kailasa are: first, ahimsa, non-violence. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha, meaning non-violence is the ultimate cosmic law. And second founding principle of Kailasa is that all citizens of Kailasa are Paramashiva, citizens of Paramashiva, and have a right to be treated as Paramashiva by the whole of Kailasa. Kailasa is all about cosmic principles and services. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has time and again given the clarion call to humanity to wake up and live a cosmic law centric lifestyle, to be free from all individual and global struggles that we face today. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has successfully established the only Hindu nation today, Kailasa, which functions on cosmic principles of peaceful coexistence. In his direct message to humanity, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives his clarion call in his own words. It is time we enrich the whole humanity for dharmic life, the cosmic law centric lifestyle. We need to align ourselves and enrich others to align to the enlightened lifestyle. Consciousness centric lifestyle is no more a luxury, it is a survival need. There are only two choices in front of us. Either all of us wake up and decide to make decisions and policies based on the cosmic principles revealed in Vedas and Agamas, consciousness centric lifestyle, enlightened civilizational thought currents, so we all coexist. That is the best way to exist. The other choice, if we do not wake up and decide to coexist, the other choice will be nothing will be left. It is time we all wake up and decide to align our lifestyle, policies, everything centered on cosmic principles. It is time to look beyond our borders as a whole global family. Kailasa's effort is to unite all nations. Uniting all nations is fundamentally to enrich everyone with the highest values. Hinduism says very clearly, Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha, non-violence is the ultimate cosmic principle. The natural law of the cosmos functions centered on non-violence, ahimsa, and coexistence. It is time we all wake up to this truth. Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. We can apply this principle, whether a simple decision of what you eat for your breakfast, or the major decisions you make about the relationship, the way to relate with other countries, external affairs policies in every level. It is time we bring enlightened principles, cosmic principles with a global vision. It is time we focus more on right education, more than developing armies. It is time we focus more on researching longevity than biological weapons. Kailasa, the constitution of Kailasa, gives fundamental rights to all beings, not just Hindus or not just human beings, to all beings. All living beings have a right to exist, have a right to be treated as the manifestation of Paramashiva, the primordial divinity. The first amendment of Kailasa's constitution is the right to treat yourself, treat others, to be treated by others as Paramashiva, God Himself, for all beings, not just human beings, but for all beings. Let us all decide to respect, revere, honor, accept, coexist with all beings, not just human beings, with all beings. Planet Earth is for animals too, not just for human beings. We human beings need to realize we cannot survive on the planet Earth by eliminating all other species. It is time we wake up and treat all beings not just with human rights but with divine rights. All beings have a right to exist, treat themselves, treat others, to be treated by others as divine. Paramashiva, ultimate God Himself, the ultimate itself. It is time we look beyond the ideas of currency, beyond the ideas of army, beyond the ideas of political ideologies, beyond the ideas of political borders, beyond the ideas of religious philosophies. It is time we look at the whole planet Earth and all the beings through the cosmic principles. Kailasa is striving to present cosmic, conscious, enlightened principle centric model communities, ecosystems all over the world. With the blessings of Paramashiva and the gods and goddesses of Kailasa, we do have a territory. But we are not just territory-centric nation. We are territory-based civilizational nation. The territory is just for us to stay and operate. It is time we all start looking beyond borders. Hindus all over the world, you are all successful. Oh Hindus, you are the richest ethnic minority in every country you have settled down, whether it is the United States of America, or Canada, or UK, or Australia. It is time you take these cosmic principles from Veda Agamic constitution and enrich the whole world. It is time we need to enrich the world with these cosmic principles and revive the ancient enlightened civilization. It is not just removing the extreme poverty. It is not just stopping the deforestation. It is not just protecting the animal rights. It is making everyone feel everything is divine. We need to look at everything from the principles of cosmos. It is time for us to wake up. Let us all resolve, with the grace of Paramashiva, to stand for the principles he himself has revealed in Vedas and Agamas and revive the ancient enlightened civilization and cosmic principles. Through these cosmic principles, let us protect planet Earth, the only home we have. Survive, thrive through a coexistence, not just through tolerance. I sincerely request these lofty ideals, goals, policies should not be just in books. It should come to the real decision making tables. All the statesmen, all the dignitaries, all the influencers in the field of entertainment, like many Hollywood celebrities and social media influencers, I request all of you, let us be the real change. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his clarion call to the whole of humanity to start living the cosmic principle centric lifestyle, which forms the very fundamentals of the constitution of the nation of Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the living manifestation of Paramashiva and avatar or incarnation of this day and age. Paramashiva is the ultimate cosmic principle that incarnates as the ultimate guru for humanity from time to time, whenever the consciousness reaches a low ebb. Bhagwan Sri Krishna, one of the greatest incarnations of all times, has revealed this truth in his Srimad Bhagavad Gita in chapter 4, verse 7. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bharata abhyudhanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham. The translation of which goes, O Bharata, O Bharat, as and when righteousness starts decaying and injustice is elevated, in all such situations I create myself. Time and again, incarnations like Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, Bhagwan Sri Krishna, Swami Narayan, or Ramakrishna Paramahamsa have come down to bring humanity to a greater level of conscious awakening. In this same way, for the breakthrough of this age that we are living in currently, the cosmic superconsciousness has embodied the human form again through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of the Hindu civilizational nation Kailasa, the only Hindu nation in the world. Entrusted with this vision, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized as an incarnation by his gurus, who prepared him for this avataric mission of reviving Kailasa, the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived all of the dimensions of Hinduism, from the powers of Paramashiva to the sacred scriptures, to the temple rituals, to the lifestyle for enlightened living. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established more than 16,000 Kailasas around the world to uphold the teachings of Paramashiva in the form of temples, Paduka Mandirs, Satsang centers, Paramashiva Shaka centers, universities, and Sarvagna Pithas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the Sacred Arts University, which has produced 1 million metal deities and distributed them to the Kailasa ecosystem all over the world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized as the leader of Hinduism with more than 10,000 letters of commendation and recognition for his work of reviving this nation from country statesmen, religious leaders, and noteworthy personalities across the globe. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized and received grand coronation as the successor of 21 ancient Hindu kingdoms. However, the outstanding of all the numerous contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the revival of a Hindu nation and his vision for an enlightened civilization.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मूषिकवाहना मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism happened here in Tiruvannamalai on the 3rd of January of 1978 as per the Gregorian calendar. During the time of descent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from the cosmic realms, several significant phenomena were happening in the multiverses. Happenings in the multiverses usually go unnoticed by our meager human eyes unless brought to our specific attention. Planets collide into each other. A loophole from one dimension to the other suddenly opens. A gigantic star implodes and creates an enormous gravitational pull, sucking any matter that surrounds it into its depths. These cosmic happenings only show up on our radar as a microscopic blink, and what is more, we only come to know about them thousands or perhaps millions of years after they take place. It is only by chance that we even realize that somewhere something phenomenal has actually happened. Then, just for one chilling moment, we grasp the enormity of this grand universe. The happening of the Avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on planet Earth, is one such event, except that it is a million trillion times more impactful and meaningful for the entire universe. While a black hole emerging might be irrelevant in the grand scheme of many lives, the advent of the Avatar, the incarnation, is directly relevant to every single form of life. Through the 11 dimensions, the cosmos itself, the pure consciousness, accepts a human body to interact with every form of life and raise life itself to the next level. Therefore, the moment of recognition of this grand event is proportionally more profound. The beings who understand the significance of the Avatar buzz with excitement. Bhudevi, Mother Earth herself, rejoices that the feet of her beloved Father, from whom she came, are gracing her surface. All of life that understands the happening relishes this momentous occasion and vibrates with a single sentiment that the Avatar himself reverberates with upon his arrival on planet Earth, which is celebrate. Celebrations. According to the Big Bang Theory, the creation of the universe began from a single point, a singularity where time and space merge and the laws of physics, including gravity and time, cannot operate. This singularity is the black hole, which manifested into the Big Bang, the creation of the universe. Eventually, the entire universe will once again merge back and end in a singularity, a black hole, which will consume everything. What modern scientists understand as the Big Bang Theory is just a glimpse of what the Hindu rishis have mapped as the happening of the universe and described it in the Vedic scriptures. The Arunachala Puranam describes how Paramashiva manifested as the infinite shaft of light to liberate Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. The happening of Lingodbhava is the creation of the universe. From the pure formlessness, the Nishkala Swarupa space, Paramashiva manifested and continues to manifest as everything that exists. From black hole to Big Bang, Avyakta to Vyakta, from unmanifest to manifest, from Linga to Lingodbhava, the pure cosmic consciousness assumes a form. From this cosmic form, Paramashiva descends without losing any of his eternal qualities to the relatable realm, where he lives among us as the most ultimate embodiment of every auspicious quality. In the Srimad Karana Agama, in the Purva Bhaga, in Patala 71, in the Sakalotpatti Vidhi, the verses 8 to 9 describe the incarnating of Paramashiva, described by Paramashiva himself. Ityevam nishkalam proktam param bhavamiti smritam srishtistam lokarakshartham lokasyotpatti karanam sadhakanam hitartham tu svechaya gripnate tanuhu. It means, in this way, Paramashiva, who is Nishkala, without any body and parts, who is the ultimate supreme being, who is established in the creation, who is the cause of the creation of the universe, assumes a body out of his free will for the protection of the universe and for the welfare of the spiritual seekers and devotees. Making the ultimate superconscious manifest for every being is the purpose of the descent of this cosmic superconsciousness into the embodied form as the avatar. Thus, on the 3rd of January in 1978, as answer to the prayers of millions in the modern day, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form, leaving an undeniable record of his happening in the night sky. In the constellation Akila, at approximately 12:50 am of Indian Standard Time, on the 3rd of January 1978, a supernova appeared. In the universe, 10 million light years away from the Earth, the thermonuclear explosion of a white dwarf star caused one of the brightest supernovas ever observed. The impact of the supernova for us on planet Earth had positive effects that are expected to last for the foreseeable future. Supernova's cosmic radiation can increase the very resistance to disease and reduce the risk of cancer. It is also linked to positive changes in the Earth's climate, such as increased cloud formation and increased precipitation. Thus, the 3rd of January 1978 marks a turn of events for humanity, literally changing life as we know it, with the descent of Paramashiva himself into the human form. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing his birth. It was the Tamil month of Margali, January of 1978, on the Chitra Nakshatra. The important aspect of my horoscope is the Kanya Rashi Kanya Lagnam. Those of you who know astrology will know that for this combination only a girl child can be born, because it was a body that was beyond male and female. At a time suitable for a girl child, a male body was born. My mother experienced enlightenment when I was born. One more important thing. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to reveal when an enlightened soul, enlightened consciousness lands on the body. For those 3 kshanas or moments, the mother who is giving birth becomes enlightened. She has the Satori experience. This happened when the biological mothers were Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi. Even with my own mother, when I saw her energy, I saw very clearly she had the enlightenment experience when I took birth. My life is one of the greatest strong nuclear force positive expressions directly on this universe from Sri Kailasa. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing his descent from the cosmic realms to the human realms. As the advent of the incarnation of Paramashiva commenced, the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation, who were involved in his happening from formless to form, were keen on ensuring that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was settled in his human form and ready to manifest Paramashiva in multifold ways. Within the first 3 years of his advent, the gurus indeed did recognize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as an incarnation through several indicators that are denoted in the ancient science, the Hindu science of reincarnation. The gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism carried out an ancient process for the divine young avatar, placing different types of items in front of him. They placed in front of him a box of dazzling jewelry. Without hesitation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism selected the Rudraksha Mala lying amidst the jewelry, the sacred beads that are the symbol of Paramashiva himself. The very same Rudrakshamala chosen by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is today revered and worshipped as part of the sovereign archives of Kailasa. This Hindu science of recognizing the next incarnation is followed in Tibetan Buddhism to identify the next Dalai Lama. The biological mother of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Ma Lokanayaki, approached the family astrologer, Sri Venkataswamy Reddiyar, to draw the horoscope of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Sri Venkataswamy Reddiyar, a renowned astrologer, resides just 5 houses away from the home of Sri Raja Mudaliyar, the father of Ma Lokanayaki, on Kannikovil Street, today known as Rajarajan Street. He possessed a remarkable reputation for his most accurate predictions, and he served as the family's trusted astrologer. During their consultation, Venkataswamy Reddiyar revealed to Ma Lokanayaki a momentous prophecy that her son would become a Raja Sannyasi. While sannyasis were prevalent in the distinguished town of Tiruvannamalai, a Raja Sannyasi occupied an esteemed position among them. In the ancient civilization, Raja Sannyasis served as the Raja Gurus to the kings themselves and his royal retinue, revered by the entire kingdom as the embodiment of Paramashiva himself. The son of Sri Venkataswamy Reddiyar, who still lives in the same house on Kannikovil Street, shares on what he remembers hearing from his father on the divine horoscope of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He shares, "My name is Manika Vasagam. We live in Kannikovil Street for the last 40 years. My profession is astrology, Jyotisha. Astrology is something we've been doing for 2 generations. From those days, the merchants around us come to us to study their horoscope. Sri Raja Mudaliyar, who lives in our street, owns a rice shop. His house is 5 houses away from ours. He is the maternal grandfather of Nithyananda Swami. For his entire family, we would only cast the horoscope. We are familiar with him. He is on the same street as us. If my father casts the horoscope, what he reveals will be true. When Swami was born, Swami's mother had come to my father to cast his horoscope. My father has shared with me at one point in time that after the casting of the horoscope, he revealed to Swami's parents that his horoscope was of the nature that he would become a Raja Rishi, king among monks. And he told Swami's parents, do not reveal this to him. If you tell him, he will become a sannyasi soon. If you do not, his sannyas life would get delayed. It is your wish how you want to handle this." The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was born on Mahadeva Ashtami, the 8th day of the waning moon, in the Margashirsha month, special to Paramashiva. Right from his birth, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his maternal grandfather, Sri Raja Mudaliyar, would take the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on his very shoulders, walking him every day to the Arunachaleshwara temple in the morning and evening. He would narrate to him the stories of the child saints whose life stories were depicted on the pillars of the Devi shrine inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. These saints were Markandeya, Bhakta Prahalada, Dhruva, Nachiketa, and more. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would in turn repeat these stories verbatim to his family members at home. And these were the earliest discourses that he delivered in his effort to revive Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was an integral part of his grandfather's everyday morning puja. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared that he would wake up hearing his grandfather's puja bell. And once the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started going to the temple by himself, he literally lived and grew up in the Arunachaleshwara temple. He went home only to feed his own home deities and offer worship to them. The rest of the time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent inside the Arunachaleshwara temple or in Pavalakundre, the hallowed hilltop where he had his enlightenment experience at the age of 12, or he would be at the Kundratiladum Kumaran temple, a Muruga shrine on the slopes of Arunachala, or he would be at the Arunanayaki Amman temple, where he spent hours decorating his beloved Devi Arunanayaki. or he would be with his beloved gurus, exploring and reviving the various Hindu sciences. The family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was very closely associated with the Arunachaleshwara temple and its administration. Muttaya Chettiar, one of the grandfathers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, served as the Dharmakarta, temple trustee, during his lifetime. Three generations of Shivacharyas are personally known to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the Arunachaleshwara temple. It is with them that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent his entire childhood inside the temple. Three main families of Shivacharyas offer the worship to Annamalayar: Tyagarajan Shivacharya, Halasyanatha Shivacharya, and Swaminatha Shivacharya. Sri Halasyanatha Shivacharya, now retired and relieved from his official temple duties, has shared how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was almost always at the temple, eager to offer any service that he could to Annamalaya and to the Shivacharyas. He would clean the puja vessels, he would bring flowers from the Nandavanam, the temple flower gardens, for the worship. He would help the temple Jawans, the watchmen, clean the temple floor by holding the water pipes for them. He would help the Shivacharyas in the late night Palli Arai ritual, the ceremonious ritual of putting the Lord and his consort to sleep. As in those days there would not be too many people around for this late night ritual. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would even run up to the Shivacharyas' homes in the Periyatheru, the big street on the northern side of the temple, and bring any items that they have forgotten in their homes. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delightfully recalls that every time he ran up to the Shivacharyas' homes, the families of the Shivacharyas never failed to offer him the prasada, the food that the Shivacharyas would have offered to Paramashiva during their personal Anmartha Puja, which they would have performed in their homes before starting out to the Arunachaleshwara temple to offer worship to the main Annamalaya deity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls the highest integrity that he has seen in the lives of at least 100 people in Tiruvannamalai, in the ecosystem that prevailed in the 1980s, where the people would not step out of their homes in the morning without offering their personal Anmartha Puja to Paramashiva. And this included mainly the Shivacharyas of the Arunachaleshwara temple. In spite of the fact that they were the ones who were offering the main worship to Annamalayar himself in the Arunachaleshwara temple, they never missed their personal puja, which is their basic requirement as prescribed in the Kamika Agama by Paramashiva himself. It is with these Shivacharyas, with three generations of them, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously in connection. During his childhood, he spent his childhood years in the temple with the senior most generation of the Shivacharyas, and therefore the senior most rung and their immediate next generation of Shivacharyas distinctly recall his childhood years in the Arunachaleshwara temple. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spoken innumerable hours on the topic of temples and temple-based lifestyle. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, whatever may be the experience, whether it is Kundalini awakening or enlightenment, it can just be transmitted from one biomemory to another very easily if you all live in one enclosure. And temples are systematically built infrastructures or enclosures to optimize this experience, transmission, and energy transmission. All temples are just expansions of the human frame, and the human frame itself is a miniature of the cosmos. It means that all temples are also a miniature of the cosmos to transmit this experience to human bodies. The Garbha Mandir, or the Sanctum Sanctorum, is the energy source. The Dvajastamba, the flagpole, is the transformer. Everyone sits inside the enclosure will feel the very strength and energy and vibration. Temples also act as a place where the energy is multiplied and the experience of Shivoham, the space of Paramashiva within oneself, gets permanently strengthened in your system. Temples are expanded space of body used as an energy storage battery to awaken people to enlightenment. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spoken innumerable hours on the significance of temples and on the significance of temple-based lifestyle, which he has demonstrated undauntedly in his own life, right from day one, from the time he took birth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared with his close disciples, if ever you wish to build a memorial for me, it would not be in my home. It would be in the temple, in the Arunachaleshwara temple, where I literally lived and grew up. The temple of Arunachaleshwara in Tiruvannamalai is the largest functioning Shiva temple in the world. It is one of the 5 sacred Shivalinga sites in South India. Paramashiva is worshipped in the 5 elemental forms as earth, water, fire, air, and ether, the Panchabhutas. In Tiruvannamalai, Paramashiva is worshipped as the fire element because he appeared here in Tiruvannamalai as the infinite column of light of fire to resolve the dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. In Chidambaram, in South India, Paramashiva is worshipped as ether or space. In Kalahasti, he is worshipped as the air element. In Kanchipuram, he is worshipped as the earth element. And in Tiruvanekkaval, he is worshipped as the water element. The glory of the Arunachaleshwara temple is extolled in the songs of the 7th century Tamil saint poets such as Tirajnana Sambandar, who is also revered as the incarnation of Paramashiva. Tiruvannamalai or Arunachala is described as Smaranat Mukti Arunachalam, which means mere remembrance, Smaranam, of Arunachala gives mukti or liberation. It is Paramashiva's most powerful boon to humanity. Smaranat Mukti Arunachalam, where he liberates by sheer remembrance of Arunachala. So it is easily understandable for us why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent his entire childhood in the Arunachaleshwara temple and surrounding temples. 1. To show us human beings what is the best thing to choose in life for conscious living. And second, of course, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, his very biomemory naturally chose to reside in the temples where the divine resides and receives the worship. It is the temple-based lifestyle that was destroyed by the invaders because it created powerful, enlightened human beings, and therefore it is the temple-based lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving right from his birth here in Tiruvannamalai, the Nithyananda Janmabhūmi. This holy town of Tiruvannamalai is celebrating the full moon night today, where the devotees of Annamalayar perform their customary Girivala, the walk around the Arunachala hill on this full moon night, which is a circle of 14 kilometers around sacred Arunachala hill. And as they are immersed in their most sacred spiritual practice, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva Annamalayar, continues to extend his services to his beloved people of Tiruvannamalai through this marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva, and through offering not only food but drinking water and shelter and a host of spiritual services to these Annamalayar devotees. Over 83,000 meals have been served until now, starting from the onset of the full moon. And we still have the entire night ahead of us. The Aushadha Annadhan will be served throughout the night and the early morning hours until the last person has completed circumambulation around Arunachala. Every full moon night, close to 2 lakh devotees are served the Aushadha Annadhan. Here in Tiruvannamalai alone, as per the Kamika Agama, the sacred scriptures revealed by Paramashiva himself, there should be 7 prakarams or circumambulation paths in every Hindu temple complex. It is also described here in the Kamika Agamas by Paramashiva that the Shivacharyas, the temple priests, must reside in the northern side of the temple, while the Rajagurus, meaning the incarnations and enlightened beings who guided the rulers, should live on its southern side. In this fashion, Paramashiva has laid the norms for an entire temple town to facilitate the governing of its citizens through the temple itself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that Tiruvannamalai is the most perfect city of Paramashiva in terms of adherence to the Agamas. In Tiruvannamalai, there are exactly 7 circumambulation paths of the Arunachaleshwara temple. And further, the temple priests, the Shivacharyas, live exactly on the northern side of the temple on Periya Theru, or the big street. The parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is located exactly on the southern side of the temple on Thiruvugal Street. Such is the perfect orchestration by the cosmos of every single detail when it assumes the human form as the incarnation and lands on the planet. In the Arunachala Purana, Paramashiva reveals the glory of Tiruvannamalai thus. If you place the places known as the Shakti Puris, namely Ayodhya, Madurai, Mayapuri, Kashi, Kanchipuri, Avanti and Dwaraka in one scale, and place Tiruvannamalai on the other scale, Tiruvannamalai will emerge heavier. Such a radiant, hallowed place, Tiruvannamalai, is known as the Mukti Nagara, the city that liberates, as the Shakti Nagara, the powerful city of Paramashiva, and as Dakshina Kailasa, the Mount Kailash of the south. Further, Paramashiva has revealed in the Arunachala Purana, in Tiruvannamalai, since all the deities are Shivalingas, this place is Shiva Loka, Shiva's world. And all the water bodies in this place is the Ganga water that emerges from Shiva's matted locks, the Shiva Jatas. And all the food that the people in this holy place eat is divine nectar. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared with us how everything in Tiruvannamalai is tradition-based. Starting from the temple garland maker, to the team that plays the Nadaswaram for Annamalaya, to the family astrologer, it has been the same person's family carrying on these duties over generations. Ever since the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took birth here, and even before that, such is the strong tradition and dedication of Annamalayar's devotion in this holy town. Even the various temple duties in conducting the temple festivals are all held by specific communities, and it is only that community that takes care of that responsibility for every festival from time immemorial, from lighting the lamp atop the Arunachala hill to carrying Annamalayar on their shoulders during processions, to preparing the deity vehicles for the procession, to performing the various rituals from early morning to the last ritual of the day of putting the deities to rest. Every temple duty has its allotted community. Such is the most organized way of functioning of this holy town of Tiruvannamalai, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism repeatedly describes in all its minute details with such eternal joy. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism acknowledges at least 100 small and medium institutions that strive to preserve Shaivism in Tiruvannamalai. And these organizations include the Tirumurai Kalagam, the Tirukkural Kalagam, the Somavara Vadipattu Kalagam, the Krittigai Mada Vadipattu Kalagam, the Arunagirinatha Vilakulu, all of which are founded and run by the family members and friends of the biological family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In just 2 hours from now, we will be witnessing the Panguni Uttiram celebrations in all Kailasa temples worldwide and in the Arunachaleshwara temple, where the celestial marriages of the divine couples will be happening. The marriage of Lord Subramanya with his divine consort Valli, the marriage of Paramashiva himself with Devi Paramashiva Shakti, the marriage ceremony of Lord Venkateshwara with his divine consorts Sridevi and Bhudevi, marriage ceremony of Lord Ranganatha with his divine consort Tayar Ranganayaki Amman. All of these celestial marriages will be happening on this auspicious Panguni Uttaram day. Kailasa temples worldwide will be conducting these marriage ceremonies. And in the Arunachaleshwara temple, we will be witnessing the marriage ceremony of Annamalayar and Unnamalayamman. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has blessed humanity that merely by witnessing this divine marriage ceremony, we will be receiving as prasada, as the gift offering from this marriage ceremony, from the celestial beings, we will be receiving the very space of completion as the gift within us, and fulfilling relationships in our life as the gift on this auspicious occasion. As today is the day of the celestial marriages, which symbolize fulfilling relationships. And at midnight 12 a.m., we will be witnessing the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, who will be manifesting the energy of Kalyana Sundaramurti, the presiding Lord of relationships. We invite each and every one of you to continue to be tuned in, to be part of these eternal celebrations of today, and receive the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and all the Hindu gods and goddesses through this Panguni Uttaram celebrations. Over 85,000 meals have been served to the Annamalayar devotees on this auspicious occasion of Purnima, full moon night celebrations. Inside, in the Arunachaleshwara temple, there are 7 circumambulation paths around the Arunachaleshwara linga as per the Kamika Agama, the sacred source scriptures of Paramashiva. The first 5 paths are inside the temple precincts enclosed by the 9 lofty temple towers, and 2 paths are outside of it. In every path, divine incidents have happened in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his childhood years, as it is in these 7 paths that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism grew up and spent 17 years of his childhood before he left Tiruvannamalai at the age of 17. In the first circumambulatory path, just around the Arunachaleshwara Linga, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his ultimate experience of Parama Advaita Anubhuti, oneness experience to his beloved Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara. In this divine incident, at the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had darshan of Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara seated on the Shivalinga inside the Sanctum Sanctorum. The darshan initiated an instant unclutching from the thought shaft within him, thus opening the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, oneness with the whole, where duality ceases to exist due to ceasing of the mind. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives this untouching experience and the Paramadvaita Anubhuti, the oneness experience, as Diksha, initiation, to his worldwide followers. In the second circumambulatory path around Arunachaleshwara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism participated during his childhood years in the Palli Elichi and Palli Arai rituals, the rituals of waking up the Lord ceremoniously early morning and putting the Lord to sleep through the last ritual of the day, which is the Palli Arai ritual. It is in this path that Annamalayar and his divine consort Unnamalai Amman are ceremoniously made to rest in the Palliyarai chamber through the last ritual of the day, the Palliyarai ritual, and woken up ceremoniously the next day during the early morning Brahma Muhurta time through the Palliyalichi ritual. Sri Vaidyanatha Shivacharya, a senior priest of the Arunachaleshwara temple, shares that if ever the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was not present for either of the 2 rituals on any given day, you can be sure that he was not in station on that day. Such is the surety with which the people of Tiruvannamalai vouch for the integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the core values and traditions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which he was reviving from his childhood. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has inculcated the same integrity and devotion into his disciples and devotees who perform these rituals in the Kailasa temples worldwide. In the third circumambulatory path inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, at the age of 10 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had darshan of his beloved Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, at his Jiva Samadhi, the 4-pillared stone mandapam, where his energy is enshrined. It is also in this third circumambulatory path that the Devi shrine is located, the shrine of Unnamalai Amman, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the live darshan of Devi Bhuvaneshwari inside the Sanctum Sanctorum of Unnamalai Amman, and also the darshan of the Sri Chakra, the 2-dimensional sacred geometrical representation of the cosmos, which is central to Devi worship in Hindu tradition. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sculpted the very form of Devi Bhuvaneshwari, which he held as a vision on soapstone. He sculpted it, and he also etched the Sri Chakra on a copper foil, and both Devi Bhuvaneshwari and the Sri Chakra are today worshipped by the millions of followers of the Supreme Font of Hinduism. They form part of the sovereign archives of Kailasa. Following these profound happenings, the guru of the Supreme Font of Hinduism, Mata Vibhutananda Puri, initiated him into the Sri Vidya worship, methodology of worship of Devi. She also initiated him into the sacred Shodasi, the 16-syllable sacred utterance used in Devi worship. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today initiates millions of followers into the Shodasi as a powerful tool for their conscious birth. In the fourth circumambulatory path of the Arunachaleshwara temple is located the Kritika Mandapam, a 36-pillared stone structure dedicated to the worship of Lord Subramanya. It is here in this Kritika Mandapam that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his rigorous yogic training with his guru, Yogi Yogananda Puri, from the age of 3 until the age of 13. The temple's official garland maker, Subramanyamaya, who used to stand in Kritika Mandapam and tie all day the temple garlands for Annamalayar, is the direct eyewitness of the yoga lessons of the Supreme Font of Hinduism every morning with Shri Raghupati Yogi. Subramanyamaya shares that come rain or shine, the Supreme Font of Hinduism would be there promptly with Shri Raghupati Yogi for the yogic training. And he recalls seeing Supreme Font of Hinduism climbing up and down the pillars of the Kritika Mandapam, often upside down and sometimes with both hands free. He says that 32 out of these 36 pillars he has climbed up and down. The remaining 4 pillars were against the wall and therefore he could not climb them. He says there is not a single pillar in this Kritika Mandapam that Swami has not climbed. And Subramanyam Ayya says he considers it his extreme fortune, and for him it was like having darshan of Annamalayar himself doing the leela of yoga in front of his own eyes every day in the morning. And also located in this fourth circumambulation path is the Amavasya Mandapam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism used to be found seated in the Amavasya Mandapam very often in deep meditation. And it is also here in this fourth circumambulation path that the Goshala or the cow shelter is located, where also the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spent much time with the cows, caring for them. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the traditional yoga science worldwide, where his followers from all religions, caste, creed, and gender wake up during the early morning Brahma Muhurta time and they perform the Panchakriya, the 5 traditional methods of body cleansing, and at sharp 4 a.m. they practice the Prathama Vinyasa Krama, the 108 yogic asana sequence prescribed directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. This includes 12 components as part of each yogic posture: the asana, the posture itself, the pramana, the Shastra pramana, which is scriptural reference describing the posture, and the breathing, the pranayama, the mudra, the yogic hand posture, the bandha, the yogic action for Kundalini awakening, and 7 more components. And in the 5th circumambulatory path of the Arunachaleshwara temple, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the historic first recorded public function, the Ganesh Chaturthi festival, to the Ganesha deity and the banyan tree. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized the entire function and built a small pandal thatched roof over Ganesha. He brought the official temple Udal dramas to play for the function. He invited all the temple officials formally. He raised funds with devotees for the function, arranged for all the ingredients such as flowers and puja items, and he himself did the sandalwood paste alankar on Ganesha deity. And he conducted the rituals and finally went home to all the donors' houses and gave them the prasada, which is the spiritual gift from the rituals and worship. And he finally submitted the accounts and remaining money into the Arunachaleshwara temple hundi, thus surrendering the whole thing at his divine feet. And it is also here in the fifth circumambulation path, on the branches, sacred banyan tree located here, that the supreme pontiff of Hinduism would be seated and playing. When he chose to be away from school, the temple watchman would find him and hand him over to the school watchman who would come looking for him. This banyan tree is specially significant in the history of Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that this banyan tree carries the same DNA as the banyan tree in Adi Kailasa. Samples of both trees were submitted by disciples at the laboratories and it was proven scientifically true. Another historic event that happened on this fifth circumambulatory path inside the Arunachaleshwara temple is the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as his successor by the 230th Pontiff of the Tonne Mandala Adini. The coronation happened inside the 1,000-pillared Mandapam, the 1,000-pillared hall located on this fifth circumambulatory path. And of course, in the sixth circumambulatory path, which surrounds the temple and is collectively called the Madavidi on all four sides put together, we have the Tiruvudal street, where the very parental home of Bhagwan is located. Therefore, this path is most significant in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And it is in this sixth path that Annamalai, Arunachaleshwara, comes in his royal procession almost 300 days in the year as part of the temple festivals. And it is also here in the sixth path, on the Madhavidi surrounding the temple, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism used to take his own small home deities, his own small Annamalaya deity, through handmade vehicles for the deities in procession on Madhavidi during the festival seasons.
குளிர காட்சியும் தந்திட கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ? கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ? வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर शिवशक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शंभो शंकर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर अभयप्रदायक आनंददायक भक्त उदाहरण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर बंसीधर हर श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर हे मधुसूदन भवभयभञ्जन मंगल पावन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणा सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्तपरायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर चंद्रकलाधर गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಗೋಕುಲನಂದನ ಗೋಪಿ ಮನೋಹರ ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಬಂಧ ವಿಮೋಚನ ಪಾಪ ಸಂಹಾರಕ ಪತಿತ ಪಾವನ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ ಪನ್ನಗಭೂಷಣ ನಿಖಿಲಲೋಚನ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಮಾತಾ ಪಿತಾ ಗುರು ದೇವ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರ ದೀನದಯಾಭರ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ
Narayanaswamy in these very words. Quote, Maunaswamy never ate or drank anything. He used to sit in the southern tower, the Terkukatte Gopuram of the Arunachaleshwara temple. Even now, there is a small memorial in the place where he used to sit in samadhi all the time. Later, he moved to living on the slopes of Arunachala. It is not that he did not have food. People would bring him so many things when they come for his darshan, but he will not touch anything, he will not eat anything. He will have a small stick with him, with which he will push the food items that they brought. He will push it out to other devotees as prasadam. The supreme point of Hinduism, the share of his skin, would shine because of the higher purpose for which he does not eat. The supreme pontiff of Hinduism explains that it is the cognition, the purpose that adds the sincerity and Shraddha to the act. And Shraddha has the capacity to generate Ojas and Tejas. Ojas means the pure energy. Tejas means the shining power. This is also the science of Kaya anti-aging. Maunaswamy used to be in silence. Rarely he will write and show answers that he wants to give to people's questions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism once asked him, Swamiji, why did you choose this place? Meaning, the southern tower of the temple, which is the Tirumanjana Gopuram. In fact, it is down the road from Tirumanjana Gopuram where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's parental home is located. So, it is to this tower that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would enter the temple every day. Maunaswamy responded by showing through his hands, indicating breathing or pranayama. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism asked, but breathing or pranayama you can do anywhere, why here? Maunaswamy wrote and showed explaining that just next to the tower there is an ilpai tree, an Indian butter tree or the mahua tree. It is said about the ilpai tree, Illada kaattukku ilpai poochakkare, which means where there is no sugar milk, the ilpai flowers are used as a sugar, as sweetener. He meant that the air of the ilpai tree supplies enough organic sugar, energy needed for his internal organs. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains that this is the science of Kaya Kalpa. The food, when it is solid, our longevity and health reduces. When it becomes liquid, our longevity and health increases. When it becomes just pure prana or life energy carried by the air, our longevity and health increases much more. This temple tower in which Maunaswamy used to sit comes within the breathing space of the ilpai tree. So when he sits there and does his pranayama, the ilpai tree's smell gets into his body, and his internal organs receive glucose, sugar directly just from that prana, without taking any white sugar, brown sugar, or anything from any external source. These great beings existed in such powerful ways as prescribed in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and people sought them out wherever they were for their invaluable guidance.
we can see the Aushadha Annadhan Seva being offered untiringly to the devotees of Annamalaya from both the Kailasa locations here in Tiruvannamalai, from the parental home of Bhagwan, the first location located on Thiruvadal Street in Tiruvannamalai, and the second occasion being the temple monastery established outside on the mountain path. Another great guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, who was known in the spiritual hub of Tiruvannamalai as Totakara Tata, or gardener grandfather, because he maintained flower gardens and tied garlands for the temple deities. And he would know the whereabouts of all the herbs in the forest of Tiruvannamalai. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai was a master in the sciences of Aushadha, mantra and yantra, the traditions which use the sacred chants, sacred geometric shapes, and to sustain the experience of superconsciousness in one's body. Preserved and revered in the sovereign archives of Kailasa today are two of the yantras and Vishnarayana Swami Tata gifted to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. There are also handwritten initiation mantras with instructions given by Sri Narayana Swami Pillai to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to manifest any reality that we may want and to energize herbs and make them into Aushadha. Narayana Swami Pillai's grandson, Parthivan Ayya, has shared on how, as a child, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would come every day to their house, number 1, Riosi Street, and spend hours together with Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, exploring the science of yantras and grinding Aushadha with him. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, Aushadha preparations were unfailing, and he was known for a unique method of healing even cancer. As per the science, if you stand on plain ground, either on a new moon day, during the daytime, or on a full moon day during the night time, in such a way that your shadow is bigger than you, and you stare at the shadow for 21 minutes, and then look the other way at the sky. If your shadow in the sky is golden color, it means you have no engaged memories that cause you disturbance. If the color is white, then you need to work on your engaged memories. But if it is dark, it means you will probably die within a year. If some parts of the shadow are missing, then you might have death through those parts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has seen how when anyone comes with cancer or any other disease, Sri Narayana Swami Pillai used to make the sun used to make the person stand in such a way that his shadow is longer than him. He will then ask for the sacred Ganges water to be brought, and he will just spray that water through his mouth in the sky where the shadow is, and the person will be healed. He would do all types of power manifestations. The police constables would come to him to detect the thefts or other crimes, to solve the crimes. He will apply a specially prepared black paste on a mirror, and in a detailed way he will show all the crimes happening in the mirror. It is well known, therefore, in police station of Tiruvannamalai, and he was a very instrument for building an Unnamalayaman shrine inside the police station in Tiruvannamalai.
शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar Swamigal is the Guru and predecessor of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared that it is his great fortune that he spent several years living around Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar Swamigal in his childhood days. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says he imbibed Advaita Bhakti, devotion through oneness, from Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar Swamigal. He describes in his own words the grace of Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar. I tell you, the way he will sit, the way he will be, and the grace he radiated brought tremendous assurance and trust about the whole science he is radiating. I tell you, it is not that all the time Ram Sarat Kumar was talking to me. Many times I would be sitting in a corner, sometimes even 100 feet away from him, and watching his activities, his behavior, what he is doing. There are many times not even one word will transpire between me and him, just a glance. I will go and sit and watch whatever he is doing and come back. Sometimes even once a week, one smile, but there was such a tremendous assurance in that smile. Feeling guided, feeling protected. Sri Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar Swamigal used to sit in the cremation grounds of Tiruvannamalai at Ishangalinga, and it is there that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would also find him and be around him. Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar Swamigal used to smoke the village cigar, what you call the bidi in Tamil, and the miracle about it was, although he was a chain smoker, there would be absolutely no smell of bidi around him. These incarnations of activity. These incarnations need to indulge in some worldly activity to remain in the human body. And Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar Swamigal decided to smoke for this purpose. One day, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was spending time with him, Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar Swamigal took the bidi he was smoking and offered it to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was born and brought up in a highly orthodox family, heavily influenced by Sri Raja Mudalyar, his maternal grandfather, who was highly conservative. Smoking was not something that would be accepted even if it was from the hands of Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar Swamigal. This high orthodoxy was pushing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on one side, while his devotion to Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar Swamigal and understanding that it was his Guru who was offering it, and therefore it was only for moving to the next level. These thought currents were happening inside him, and holding the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the other side. As he was oscillating, the bidi was almost burning out, and Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar Swamigal simply dropped it. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism instantly felt he had missed an opportunity to follow Guruva, word of the Guru, which would have taken him to the next level.
नित्येश्वरा
Ramsurath Kumar Swamigal simply pressed both his ears and blew the smoke onto his face. For 2 full days, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism remained in a different consciousness with no sound heard around him, only moving scenes. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism then, on different occasions, asked Surat Kumar Swamigal for the Bidi, but he refused, saying that a door is opened only once. When you do not enter, it never opens again. Some other door opens. The last time the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tried for the Mist Bidi was on the occasion when Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal was declaring him as the next incarnation of Paramashiva to guide humanity in Tiruvannamalai. The response from Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal was the same. Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal, just before leaving his body, called his close disciples and a few important people from the Arunachaleshwara temple to his quarters. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was seated, pressing his feet. Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal declared to them that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would be carrying the mantle forward as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, guiding humanity from Tiruvannamalai.
नित्येश्वरा
It is well past midnight here in Tiruvannamalai, and the Aushadha Annadhan Seva is being continuously offered to the devotees of Annamalaya who are performing the Giribala, walking around the Arunachala hill on this auspicious occasion of Purnima, the full moon night celebrations. As we can see, the Aushadha Annadhan Seva, the service of offering food infused with conscious energy. The service is being continuously given to the Annamalaya devotees every month on the occasion of the full moon night. For over 36 hours, the Aushadha Annadhan is served non-stop to the devotees of Annamalaya. So much so, they take the two Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai as their most preferred destinations to have their Aushadha meal during the Girivala around Arunachala. In the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, there is a period of 9 months around the year 1988 when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is around 10 years of age. During this period of 9 months, Paramashiva himself appeared as the Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the darshan of Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Paramashiva himself, when he was around 10 years of age. Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara is the most perfect manifestation of Paramashiva, who is a timeless manifestation with no birth or death, appearing at will for the disciples who deeply yearn for his presence. For 9 months, in around 1988, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave darshan to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a young sadhu in his early 30s and initiated him into Paramashiva Jnana and Vijnana, an extremely powerful and sacred teaching that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would subsequently revive for the whole world. In the duration of this period, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent endless hours with his beloved Guru, receiving this knowledge in ways that are incomprehensible to human logic. Innumerable incidents dot this period of 9 months. But the highlight incident, which is also the culmination of this 9-month period, is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism receiving the ochre robe from his beloved Guru under a metaphysical banyan tree located inside the sacred Arunachala. At the culmination of this period, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara blessed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with the experience of Parama Advaita Anubhuti, a profound spiritual experience of oneness with him. there are several gifts that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received from Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Preserved and available today are a devotee bag, a holy ash bag, and wooden padakas made by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and gifted to Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who imprinted his footprint on it and gave it back to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the next item being a small metallic capsule where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism kept the Aushadha that Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara had prepared and given him. This 9-month period and its happenings will forever remain for humanity as the iconic model of the ideal Guru-disciple relationship, where Paramashiva himself comes as the Guru, as Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, and Paramashiva himself comes as a disciple, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. All the truths in all the sciences of Hinduism, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received from Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, while the practical applications of them he received from his various other gurus. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, had the experience of enlightenment with the grace of his Guru, Annamalai Swamigal, a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, the living embodiment of Paramashiva, who lived in the human body in the mid-1900s in Tiruvannamalai. The path of self-inquiry as a path to enlightenment is the teaching of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. In his own life at the age of 16, Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi initiated this process of self-inquiry. And it is this that led into the experience of the state and space of enlightenment. It was Annamalai Swamigal who directly guided the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the two paths. One, Advaita, oneness with the whole, and second, self-inquiry. These 2 points are the key teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today. Annamalai Swamigal was himself a spiritual giant worshipped by many. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism interacted with him closely, participating in his discourses and receiving guidance from him. One piece of enlightening literature which Annamalai Swamigal spoke on frequently was the Vibhu Gita, which today the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spoken on, and which he recommends to his own disciples to read and imbibe. Annamalai Swamigal gifted the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism his own handwritten diary. In this book, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also written his own internalization of the cosmic truths and had it corrected by Annamalai Swamigal as well in his writing. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism grew up not only learning from the superconscious mutants of Tiruvannamalai, but also from the great acharyas, the teachers who dedicated their whole life to teaching the truths of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its Puranic happenings. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism never missed the stage plays enacted by the people, enacting the famous Ramayana and the Mahabharata every year in Tiruvannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism grew up learning the Tamil language and Shaiva Siddhanta from Vidwan Sri Panduranganath. These lessons happened inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. Panduranganath was also a distant relative of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and was therefore like grandfather to him. In the 1980s, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls Panduranganath used to walk or sit behind someone on a bicycle and go to the Arunachaleshwara temple every single day and render the sacred verses from the Devaram Tiruvasakam through the loudspeaker, enriching all the townspeople. These are verses written by the enlightened saint devotee of Paramashiva, Tiruvana Sambandha, and Manika Vasagar, who lived centuries ago.
நித்யானந்தம் பகவான் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் அருளாசியுடன் இன்று கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலை ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜன்மபூமி க்ஷேத்திரத்திலும் மற்றும் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜன்மபூமி பகவான் அவர்கள் பிறந்து அவர்கள் வளர்ந்து வாழ்ந்த இல்லமான ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜென்மபூமி ஆகிய 2 இடங்களிலும் இந்த பௌர்ணமி நன்னாளில் தொடர்ந்து இங்கு அண்ணாமலையாரை கிரிவலம் சுற்றி வருகின்ற பக்தர்கள் ஒவ்வொருவருக்கும் இங்கு ஔஷத அன்னதானத்தை வழங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். தற்பொழுது
Vidwan Panduranganath would buy books to teach the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls that Panduranganath would buy 2 copies of each book, one for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and one for himself, and the copy he would give to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism he would bind in the calico binding, which is the hard binding method, giving 4 rupees and 6 anna for it. And his own copy he would bind in sada binding, meaning ordinary binding, which would cost only 2 rupees and 3 annas. Then the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism asked him why he was not going for the same ordinary binding for him. He replied, "I am going to use it only for me, but the book you are going to use is going to be kept in museums forever, for ages, for all your disciples to learn from." These prophetic words of his gurus would look too big to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at that time, when he was hardly 10 years old.
நித்யானந்தம். பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் அவதரித்த சேத்திரமான திருவண்ணாமலை இருந்து நேரலையில் இப்பொழுது நாம் பார்த்து கொண்டிருப்பது, இந்த பௌர்ணமி நன்னாளில் தொடர்ந்து 24 மணி நேரமும் இந்த ஔஷத அன்னதான சேவை நம்முடைய கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலை ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜென்மபூமி க்ஷேத்திரத்திலிருந்தும் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜென்மபூமி ஆகிய 2 இடங்களிலிருந்தும் தொடர்ந்து இந்த ஔஷத அன்னதான சேவை நடைபெற்று வருகின்றது.
The Aushadha Annadhan Seva continues to be offered from the 2 Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai, on Trivudal Street and at Adi Annamalai, to the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating Arunachala on the sacred occasion of Purnima or full moon night. As you can see, the Annamalaya devotees are still performing their Girivala around the Arunachala hill.
अभयप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभयप्रदायक आनंददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मङ्गलपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणा सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा
yoga song is more focused on
सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्त परायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் அவதரித்த சேத்திரமான திருவண்ணாமலையில் இன்று பௌர்ணமி நன்னாளில் கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலை ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜன்மபூமி க்ஷேத்திரத்திலிருந்தும் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த ஜன்மபூமியிலிருந்தும் தொடர்ந்து அங்கு அண்ணாமலையாரை கிரிவலம் சுற்றி வருகின்ற பக்தர்கள் ஒவ்வொருவருக்கும் ஔஷத அன்னதானத்தை வழங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இன்று நேரலையில் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களினுடைய தரிசனம் கிடைக்கப் பெற்றோம். மற்றும் ஒரு தரிசனமாக இப்பொழுது இணையதளத்தின் மூலமா நாம் பகவான் அவர்களினுடைய நேரடி தரிசனம் பெறலாம். இந்த தரிசன வேளையில் நீங்கள் வேண்டும் வரங்களை பகவானிடம் சமர்ப்பித்து உங்களுடைய வேண்டுதல்களை பூரணமாக நிறைவேற்றிக் கொள்ளலாம்.
चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
The Aushadha Annadhan Seva continues in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai. Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, located in Annammalai on the mountain path. The Annammalai are devotees who are in the process of performing the Girivala, the circumambulation around Arunachala, are here at Annammalai, at KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, waiting to receive the Aushadha food. The Aushadha Annadhan Seva continues at the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai until the last devotee of Annamalayar has completed the circumambulation around Arunachala. Serving food to the people of Tiruvannamalai, to the Annamalayar devotees. The spiritual credit or punya of serving food to the Annamalayar devotees in Arunachala has been revealed by Paramashiva himself in the Arunachala Purana, where he says, Uttama Talathir Kodi Arundavarku Udavum Annam Nittamang Kasi Meedu Or Anna Palanukku Neradu. அத்தலத் தனந்த கோடி அருந்தவர்க்கு உதவும் அன்னம் சத்திய வருணை நாட்டின் அன்னபலன் தனக்கு ஒவ்வாதே, which means the food that is served to the crores of tapasvis or penance doers in the most sacred places cannot be equated to the food served to one evolved aspirant in Kashi, Varanasi, the eternal land, and the food served to crores of tapasvis or penance doers in such a land as Kashi cannot be equated to the food served to one person in Arunachala, Tiruvannamalai. Such is the glory of serving food to Annamalayar devotees in Arunachala. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has further revealed that serving food to each Annamalayar devotee is equivalent to serving food to Annamalayar himself, as each devotee comes around Arunachala, continuously remembering him inside them, and therefore Annamalayar, who is worshipped as the fire element here in Tiruvannamalai because he appeared as the infinite fire shaft to resolve the dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu, he becomes the very digestive fire in each of his devotees because of their continuous remembrance of him, and therefore serving food to each of them is serving food to Annamalayar himself, who resides in each of them as their very digestive fire. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has given his vision for the Nithyananda Annalayas worldwide, the 4 temples of Kailasa worldwide, that anywhere there is a Kailasa ecosystem, the people in its vicinity should find no need to light the fire in their kitchen, in their own home kitchen, as they should simply be able to have their 3 meals in the Kailasa ecosystem. And they should know that the food will be available in the Kailasa ecosystem on a 24/7 basis. It is only in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai that food is served continuously, non-stop, to the Annamalaya devotees, as we can see. There is no other location in Tiruvannamalai that serves food beyond a certain timing, even on the auspicious full moon night. But it is only in the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai that the food is served continuously until the last devotee of Tiruvannamalai has completed the circumambulation. And therefore the Annamalaya devotees come flocking to the Kailasa destinations in Tiruvannamalai to receive their Aushadha food every Purnima night, full moon night. Paramashiva reveals in the Arunachala Puranam that those who utter the word Arunachala even once are blessed with the spiritual benefit they receive when they utter the Shiva Panchakshara mantra Om Namah Shivaya 3 crore times. Such is the extraordinary power of this holy town. The Arunachala hill has withstood the cyclic ages of time spanning over the 4 yugas. And this glory of Arunachala has been extolled in the Arunachala Puranam by Paramashiva himself. Through the verse, as the fiery mountain in Satya Yuga, as the Manikam or gemstone mountain in Treta Yuga, as the silver mountain in Dwapara Yuga, and as the stone mountain in Kali Yuga. Performing the Girivala, walking around the Arunachala hill, is the most sacred spiritual practice for devotees of Annamalaya. Each incarnation of Tiruvannamalai has extolled the glory of the sacred spiritual practice of Girivala. As you circumambulate the Arunachala hill, in continuous remembrance of Arunachala, you will find that very soon your mind ceases to exist. The thought shaft in you disappears. This is the glory of performing the Girivala or the circumambulation around Arunachala, where your mind automatically ceases as your body moves around the sacred Arunachala. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed how Tiruvannamalai holds perfect adherence to the Kamika Agama, the revealed scriptures of Paramashiva. He says, the temple, the Arunachaleshwara temple, is centered on the linga, while the whole city is centered on the hill. As per the Kamika Agama, the scriptural mandate of Paramashiva, the Lingodbhava should be installed in the western side in every Shiva temple, and on the southern side, the Dakshinamurti should be installed. The northern side should be Durga and Brahma. If we consider the hill as the Shivalinga, exactly on the northern side is the Durga Yaman temple near Pavalakundru, and exactly on the southern side is a beautiful huge Dakshinamurti temple. And exactly on the western side, the Lingodbhava Murti, which is the Adi Arunachaleshwara temple, is located. These are the revelations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when studying the adherence of Tiruvannamalai to the Kamika Agama, where if Arunachala is considered as the huge linga by itself, then exactly on its three directions as prescribed in the Kamika Agama, Dakshinamurti, Durgai, and the Lingodbhava are present. And as per the Kamika Agama, the Shivacharyas, the temple priests who perform the temple rituals, live exactly in the sixth circumambulation path of the temple on its northern and northeastern side. And the Adi Shaiva Velara community people who used to administer the temples and produce the great kings and Rajagurus live in the eastern side direction of Lord Indra, in the southern side direction of Lord Yama, and in the southeastern side direction of the fire god Agni. And the biological parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, located on Tiruvudal Street, which we have been seeing as one of the Kailasa locations that have been offering the Annadhan continuously, is located exactly on the southern side. And as per the Kamika Agama, the temple elephant used to be tied between the fifth and sixth prakars. Therefore, this sacred town is established by Paramashiva himself exactly as per his mandate in the Agamas. As an exceptional revelation to human beings, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described the moments of his cosmic descent from the ethereal realms to the physical realms of Arunachala. This is the first time a cosmic descent has been articulated in such detail to the human mind. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as he describes the moments of his descent, he shares and reveals to us, there was no dual or two things. It was like light covered by light. There was no experience, experiencer, and experienced separately. There was only one consciousness, which was intelligent, which is alive, and which is enjoying itself. Understand? The consciousness is such. It is alive, and it knows it is alive, and it enjoys just being alive. Sat Chit Ananda. Sat means it is alive, the truth. Chit means it knows it is alive, means it is conscious of its life, its existence. Ananda means it is enjoying its own existence. This is what we call Satchitananda. First, it was just the Satchitananda, nothing else. I was conscious, I was alive, and I know I was alive, and I was just enjoying that I'm alive, I exist. I'm explaining frame by frame what happened during my birth. The first frame was a light in somewhere around South India, but I do not know at that time. It was Arunachala. That was the first light, the first scene. The next scene, like a shooting star, I was just pulled by that light. I entered into that light. And the third scene in my consciousness was Arunachala. By now, I know I have already taken the body. That was the first time Arunachala appeared in the consciousness, in the inner space. And the moment I saw Arunachala in the inner space, I knew I have entered into the body. It was such an auspicious energy. Whenever a master lands on the planet Earth, a clairvoyance happens, like how they say now, the holes in the ozone layer, something like that. The conscious layer is drilled for an enlightened being to land. The whole existence celebrates. That is why they describe it metaphysically as these great masters, when they took birth, all the gods and goddesses showered flowers. They landed and celebrated. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed, of all the Shivalinga temples, the Tiruvannamalai is considered to be the Moola Linga or the source Linga. That is why the main Linga is called Lingodbhava, the first ever manifestation of Paramashiva as a form which happened here in Tiruvannamalai. Like how out of all the Nataraja temples, the Chidambara Nataraja is considered the Moola or the source Nataraja, and of all the Ardhanarishwara temples, the Tiruchendur Ardhanarishwara is considered the Moola. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed 6 direct forms of Paramashiva that we must not miss seeing, that are available for us on planet Earth. And among them is Arunachaleshwara, the Shivalinga inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, which is to be seen during his Abhisheka, the sacred bath. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has revealed on the 12th of March 2018. Hinduism is not an organizational religion. We are an organic religion. Hinduism is nothing but the Guru Shishya Parampara. Kashi is just a settlement that happened around Mahadeva. Tiruvannamalai is a settlement around Arunachala Yogeshwara. The Guru Shishya Parampara. As per the promise given by Paramashiva, he continues to appear here as living incarnations from time immemorial. Seen here in Arunagiri Yogeshwara Arunachala Sarvagnya Peetham, the Guru Parampara, the oldest spiritual and religious kingdom that has time and again protected Hinduism from grave danger. It is here in Tiruvannamalai that Paramashiva himself comes as Guru and gives the breakthrough in both levels, at the level of the DNA and the level of the consciousness. Idaikada was one of the great superconscious mutants of Tiruvannamalai. He was the disciple of Panguni, who is another renowned disciple of Paramashiva. Also a student of the renowned Bogar Siddhar. Idaikada learned astrology from him and prepared an almanac based on his own scientific calculations. Using his intelligence, he was able to counter famine and help people. He has written numerous books on Siddha medicine and cured many diseases with herbs. His samadhi is on the Arunachala hill. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Siddha tradition is the only tradition that created capsules for enlightenment. The Siddha who lived in Arunachala, Idaikada, he himself had enlightenment only through a capsule. He was a village shepherd, and one Siddha who is from the Nada Sampradaya, a tradition of Sri Nandinatha, Gorakhnatha and Machengranatha, the great masters. This Siddha appeared in front of Idaikada and just gave him a small herb, which he ate and became enlightened. He became Idaikada. Arunachala is witness to this incident. The word Idaikada means in Tamil the person who lives amidst the forest. He was living in the Arunachala Vana, the forest areas, taking care of his cows and goats. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in describing the greatness of Idaikada. We then have the famous saints Guhai Namah Shivaya and Guru Namah Shivaya from Tiruvannamalai. Guhai Namah Shivaya was a renowned saint in the Arunachala lineage and carried forth the sacred tradition. Known for his powers, he was directly initiated by Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself, and he composed the Annamalayar Andadi, a series of 100 verses in praise of Arunachala. He lived for more than 200 years in Tiruvannamalai. Guhai Namah Shivaya got his name because he will always be vibrating with that Panchakshara Namah Shivaya. And he used to reside in a cave which is known as Guhai in Tamil. He will be sitting in the cave, and the whole cave will vibrate with the Panchakshara mantra. There would be no sound from him, but the whole cave would vibrate. That is why he got his name, Guhai Namah Shivaya. Guhai Namah Shivaya's disciple was Guru Namah Shivaya. One day, disciple was pressing his feet when suddenly he took his hands off and started rubbing them. Then his guru asked, "What are you doing?" And the disciple answered, "No, in the Chidambaram temple, the screen in the Chitsabha caught fire from the lamps, so I just put it off. It is the remote vision power." Goy Namah Shivaya was very happy. The next day, they got the news that a fire happened in the Chitsabha, and suddenly somebody appeared and rubbed, and the fire was put off. Guru Namah Shivaya ultimately went and settled in Chidambaram. Arunagirinatha was another great Tamil poet saint from Tiruvannamalai who transformed from being a womanizer to becoming one of the greatest devotees of Lord Subramanya, Lord Muruga, and he composed the world-famous Tiruppugal and a series of other compositions. His last work being Kandar Anubhuti, Kandar, which is one of the names of Lord Muruga. Anubhuti means becoming one's own experience. Tiruppugal is a stotram, a poem, while Kandar Anubhuti is a shastram, a meditation technique through Anubhuti experience. Arunagirinatha says, if we surrender, we attain Anubhuti, the experience. Hence, after surrender, the work which I did, I named as Kandar Anubhuti.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायका विघ्नविनाशका सिद्धिविनायका नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हरा हे परमेश्वरा जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा
As the wee hours of the morning of the following day is happening in Tiruvannamalai, the Annamalaya devotees continue to perform the Girivala around the sacred Arunachala, and the Aushadha Annadhan service also continues undauntedly at the two KAILASA locations.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर
The Aushadha Swamigal and Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi are two of the immediate predecessors of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Paramashiva's negative incarnations in Tiruvannamalai. They lived, although they lived in the 1800s and early 1900s, although the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took birth much later, his life is deeply influenced by their eternally living fragrance and timeless doctrines permeating this holy town. Bound to them through the soul of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has demonstrated and shared ever so often that on his soulful love and respect for them, Aushadha Swamigal was known for his most mystical healing powers and methods.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मङ्गलपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुन्दर नटन मनोहर करुणसागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्यसनातना नित्यनिरञ्जन भक्तपरायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परमकृपाकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतित पावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा
Sheshadri Swamigal is known for his most mystical healing powers and methods, often unconventional and shocking but unfailing. He was known as the tongue of Kai, meaning the golden hand in Tamil, the hand that healed thousands. He was a worshipper of Devi Paramashiva Shakti, and therefore he was more following the Shakta Sampradaya, Devi tradition. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes his healing powers in these words. Sheshadri Swamigal will pick up the cow dung in the street and throw on anyone. The person will be completely healed. If somebody comes with leprosy, in those days, leprosy and tuberculosis did not have any cure. Something which he gets in his hand, he will throw. If it hits that person will be completely healed. Not one story, thousands of stories. When Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi entered Tiruvannamalai at around 16 years of age and had darshan of Annamalaya and cast off his very clothing and sat wearing just a loin cloth in the Patala Lingam shrine in deep samadhi, it was Sheshadri Swamigal who took care of his body and protected him during this period.
அலகோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும்
Aushadha Annadhan is continuously being served as the wee hours of the morning are approaching in Tiruvannamalai. The Annamalai devotees continue in their Girivala, circumambulating Arunachala. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has often described his immediate predecessors in this holy land of Tiruvannamalai, such as Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal, Shisheshadri Swamigal, and Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has often described in his spiritual discourses how Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, in spite of realizing his own incarnationhood, lived such a disciplined life in the physical plane as an open book for one and all to see and imbibe, how he related with birds, plants, animals, and all of life around him, which naturally came to his sacred presence to receive his divine grace. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has only one word to summarize his sacred sentiment for Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi: my first love. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also fondly revealed that when he utters the word Father, he remembers only Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi's divine form and being. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, when I remember him and his life, I can never stop my overflowing emotions and devotion. I can say, you may love any number of people in your life. You may marry any number of times in your life. You may do whatever you want. But the first love, the boy or girl who caught your love in your childhood, stays in you, in your life forever, even after that person changes his form or quality. Same way, my first love is Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. What a discipline, what a life. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing his predecessor Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. Further, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes a significant event that happened with the great Panguni Mahan when the biological mother, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Ma Lokanayaki, was taken by Yellammal. When she had already conceived a second child, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in Tiruvannamalai, there was a great saint, Panguni Mahan, a mystic who will not speak much. Whoever goes to him and asks for a boon, he will bless. He will not listen to a second boon. He is a real power. Very rarely I have seen the real Kalpataru Shakti. He is one of the Kalpataru powers. My mother was bowing down to him. My grandmother asked him what she wants. That she wants a granddaughter. My elder brother was the grandson, so my grandmother was looking at having a granddaughter. She looked up. I threw some rice and flowers at my mother and said, Amma Yapana Hakuratain Po. It means, I will come and be born as mother and father. Go. He spoke as the living manifestation of Paramashiva that he himself will be born. In Tiruvannamalai, Ammayappan refers to Paramashiva, who is the cosmic mother and cosmic father, both in one form. Ammai meaning mother and Appan meaning father. Therefore, he blessed until Paramashiva, he blessed that Paramashiva himself will be born as the embodiment of the cosmic mother and father. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describes on a unique note his incarnationhood, embodying the male and female energies in perfect expression. In his own words, I had always heard that when my mother was carrying me, every day my grandfather would go to the Arunachaleshwara temple and pray that Shiva should be born to him as a grandchild. But recently, my mother told me that my grandmother used to pray every day that Devi Meenakshi should be born to her as a grandchild. So here I am. The important aspect of my horoscope is Kanya Rashi, Kanya Lagnam. Those of you who know astrology will know that for this combination, only a girl child can be born, because it was a body that was beyond male and female. At a time suitable for a girl child, a male body was born. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that even the incarnations have to go through the Gurukul training when they assume the human body. Rama, Krishna, everyone, Jnana Sambandha, studied under his father, even though he started spontaneously pouring out his jnana, knowledge, just because he had the milk of the Divine Mother. His father used to carry him, educate him in every possible way. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism remarks on his gurus whom he sent ahead of him before he took birth. In his words, just like how when you fall asleep, you put the alarm and tell the alarm, hey, wake me up tomorrow morning. Same way, I sent my gurus to the planet Earth ahead of me and said, hey, I'm coming, wake me up, when I assumed the human body. They just reminded me to fall in love with my higher personality, Sadashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes what he says is the greatest blessing that he received from his gurus in his own words. The greatest blessing I received from my gurus, the Guru Parampara, is before even I started developing my personality or the individual identity, they made me experience that I am the manifestation of the cosmic principle. I saw my every plan is the plan of the cosmic principle. It is from Paramashiva's plan, and so I simply obey. The planets manifest them. Anything which is not aligned to the cosmic plan, you will automatically drop them without any delusion or pain or confusion. That is what I mean by the word incarnation. Means before even individuality gets built. If you realize you are a manifestation of the highest cosmic principle and start living it, if you build an individual identity and then got enlightened, liberated from it, then you are only an enlightened being. Further, the Supreme Court of Hinduism has revealed, please understand, I am the fulfillment of the fantasy of my many predecessors. I am the result of many of my predecessors' hard work.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मूषिकवाहन मंगलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शंभो शंकर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हर श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदन भवभयभञ्जना मङ्गलपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुन्दर ನಟನ ಮನೋಹರ ಕರುಣಾಸಾಗರ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಜಗದೋಧಾರಣ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜನಾರ್ದನ ಪರಮದಯಾಗನ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಸತ್ಯ ಸನಾತನ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿರಂಜನ ಭಕ್ತಪರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಚಂದ್ರಕಲಾಧರ ಗೌರಿ ಮನೋಹರ ಪರಮ ಕೃಪಾಕರ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಗೋಕುಲನಂದನ ಗೋಪಿ ಮನೋಹರ ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಬಂಧ ವಿಮೋಚನ ಪಾಪ ಸಂಹಾರಕ ಪತಿತ ಪಾವನ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ ಪನ್ನಗಭೂಷಣ ನಿಖಿಲ ಲೋಚನ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಮಾತಾ ಪಿತಾ ಗುರು ದೇವ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರ ದೀನದಯಾಭರ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ
As we enter the wee hours of the morning here in Tiruvannamalai, the Aushadha Annadhan Seva continues for the Annamalaya devotees from both the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai on Tiruvudal Street, as well as at Adi Annamalai. The Bhagavata Yogi, Yoga Guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, did not earn a penny from teaching yoga, although he taught to the entire townspeople of Tiruvannamalai, from the most elite to the local farmers and the foreign students. He sought him out for his prowess in this field. He earned his livelihood from serving as a cashier in the State Bank of India, Tiruvannamalai. He had a large family of 12 children. His wife, Premavati Ammal, is integral to his sacrifice in this aspect, managing the household with just what she received from him every month. The Supreme Court of Hinduism recalls Premavati Ammal giving him food every time he went to their house. Premavati Ammal shares on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism coming to her dear house in search of Shirapati Yogi. She says, referring to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he would come home daily and they would go to the temple and do yoga. And Sri Gopati, Shirapati Yogi's son, shares, my father would point to Swamiji and tell me, he will become a great seer in later years. He will become world famous. Shirapati Yogi predicted when he would leave the body and informed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism about it. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was at that time in Guriakhan Polytechnic. At one point in time, when there was still a month to go as per his prediction, he created 14 massive heart attacks and frightened the doctors beyond their wits, and they sent him home. When he ultimately left the body, he had no heart attack. He just gave the final instructions and left the body. the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, explored the Siddha tradition with Sri Swamigal and Vedanta and Tantra traditions with his disciple Madhava Puri, also known as Madhavi Tiruvannamalai. Sri Swamigal also elucidated the Vedantic truths from the Upanishad. Swamigal was an avadhuta, a sect of mutants who wore no clothes and ate no food. He was from the same Adishara Vedala community as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Sri Swamigal revealed the entire materia medica of the Siddha tradition to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He taught that the shape of the herbs and the names in Tamil reveal which body organ the herb heals. He also revealed the Kaya science of anti-aging, along with a set of concise verses from the Siddha tradition that give the Sarva Roga Nivarana, medicines for all diseases. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes his Guru, Madhavi Puri, how much she used to work physically to take care of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, even in her old age. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Madhavi Puri, he reveals, she used to work so much to protect me and care for me. There is a place in Tiruvannamalai called the Shiva Ashram in the interior forest. There used to be two Swamis in Gautama Ashrama, the senior Swami and junior Swami. The senior Swami was very close to Kupamal. He used to be called as Kata Shiva because he knows the entire forest. He will wear only a long cloth and he will have a big stick with him. When I saw him, he was not having the physical body. He was having more like a Divya Sharira, light body. So he will just appear anywhere and disappear anywhere. The Swamigal used to be very intimate with Kata Shiva. He used to have a small kind of a herb. He will bite that and his body will disappear. There used to be a wooden money, a plank in front of the Swami. Suddenly, Kata Shiva will appear sitting on a plank and he will pull the herb out of his mouth, which means he's assuming the body. And then they both will sit and sometimes talk, sometimes won't even talk. Half an hour, 1 hour they will just sit. And whenever he needs to go somewhere, Kata Shiva, he will put the herb in his mouth and then I know that he's going to dissolve into the air or he's going to move to a different plane, that different existence, different form, and he will simply move. He will come whenever Upamal wants to identify any herbs. He used to take Upamal to show the herbs. She will walk 6 to 7 hours into the forest. And I used to ask her, why are you working so hard? She will tell in Tamil. Supreme Court of Hinduism translates Madhavi Puri's words into English, where she tells, you are not the essence of just milk. You are the essence of the very milky ocean. We only have to take care of you. Supreme Court of Hinduism continues revealing, whatever my gurus have given me as the way to build a superconsciousness for the being of Paramashiva to grow, how they manifested Paramashiva in me. I am giving you precisely those methods. Uppamma will go all the way up to Parvatamalai in the neighboring village, which is full of herbs. She would collect those herbs to make Aushadha for the alchemy process for my body. When Hanuman was taking the Sanjeevani hills to Sri Lanka, from Himalayas to Sri Lanka, along with the Sanjeevani herbs to revive Lakshmana, one part of that hill fell. That part is Parvatamalai. In the Hindu tradition, Manu, Mantra, Aushadha, the will, sacred chants and herbs. Through all these three, you can manifest the powers of Paramashiva. She used to apply all the three on me, supporting me to manifest Paramashiva. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing his Guru, Mata Vivekananda Puri. Further, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan, describes his Guru, Mata Vivekananda Puri. In his words, my Guru, Mata Vivekananda Puri, came into my life and beautifully she brought everyone needed in my life for me to manifest Paramashiva. She will call every specialist, whether Hamsananda Puri from North India, or Raghupati Yogi from Tiruvannamalai, or Narayana Swami Tata, her relative, to teach me the power manifestation science, Mantra Shastra, the science of chants, and the science of Aushadha, sacred herbs. She brought everything and everyone. Everyone was trying to support me. Enrichment made me flower. It was literally like a university, a spiritual university. Arunachala is a living spiritual university. Further, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals on his Guru their extraordinary humbleness and involvement. Their love give me the complete courage and secure feeling to go through all the processes they have done on me. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Lived around Sri Yogiram Suratkumar Swamigal for several years in Tiruvannamalai. Sri Yogiram Suratkumar Swamigal lived on top at Vaita Bhakti, devotion through oneness with the divine as the path to enlightenment. He healed people and nourished their souls with his utter innocence, childish laughter, spiritual powers and divine presence. He carried a hand fan and coconut shell with him. He had a few pet dogs with whom he related mystically. He ate almost nothing and therefore never needed to ease himself. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing the grace of Sri Yogiram Suratkumar Swamigal in his own words, the grace of Yogiram Suratkumar, I tell you, I would be sitting even 100 feet away from him sometimes. There are many times not even one word will transpire between him and me. Just a glance, a smile, the way he would sit and the grace he radiated brought tremendous assurance and trust about that whole science he was radiating and a sense of feeling guided. Sri Yogiram Suratkumar Swamigal was known to continuously collect garbage in sacks. and he mostly sat amidst piles of garbage at the on Perumal Street, where a temple chariot was parked. His home was right next to it. The Supreme Court of Hinduism was one day passing by him with a group of children on the way to school, and along with the other children, he too stopped and asked him if he will pass in the school examination on that given day. To the Supreme Court of Hinduism, Uttiram Swamigal replied, "You will pass the test of life." In the words of the Supreme Court of Hinduism, describing Uttiram Swamigal, he reveals, people used to ask him, "What is this? You collect all the garbage and keep it next to you?" He used to tell, "Only I am having garbage or what? Why don't you look in? You are collecting more garbage than me. Just to remind you that you are collecting more garbage than me, I am collecting and keeping it. It is symbolically reminding you. Please understand, his garbage does not affect him. Our garbage affects us because we keep it inside. The temple authorities will never throw his garbage away. They will just move it aside. Once Mahadeva gets into the chariot, goes around and comes back, and finishes his rounds, they will put the garbage back in the same place." Further, the Supreme Court of Hinduism describes Bhagwan Ram Surat Kumar in his own words. Bhagwan Ram Surat Kumar is the incarnation of Paramashiva who walked on planet Earth. He used to smoke the village cigarette. We call it surute or bidi in Tamil. I touched his cigar and asked, "Why are you smoking?" I showed as if the smoke is going from outside to inside for pleasure. He said, "Smoking inside, not outside." He blew the smoke, showing smoke is only coming from inside to outside. So the pleasure is also coming from inside to outside, not from outside to inside. Never anybody smelled smoke or the smell of weedy or cigarette that he used to smoke. He used to exhale the smoke through his eyes, nose, ears, and all the different parts of his body. He used to inhale, and he will put his hand on his pet dog, and I have seen multiple times the smoke the dog will exhale. We have enough eyewitnesses for this. This is the very word of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing the strange ways of Sri Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal. Further, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, describes Sri Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal in his own words. One of the big crises I faced in my life is my own cousin brother's death. I went to my Guru, Yogiram Surat Kumar. He did not speak. He was just smoking his bidi and held my hand, but I could see very clearly he was raising my consciousness. At one point, he just pressed my hand and uttered the word Kotida. It means the whole thing is a drama, a leela. I tell you, I literally saw this idea of birth, life, death, everything is just leela, a prank played on us by Maya, delusion. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism asked Sri Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal once about this particular word which he used so often and healed people instantly with, which is Kotida. Sri Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal clarified on this word to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He said, "The moment I utter the word, I accept everything completely. Just my very acceptance inside me and the person who's sitting in front of me, both are transformed." The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls a profound incident with Sri Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal that he witnessed during his childhood. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, one elderly lady who was his devotee came and cried at his feet and said, her husband has cancer and doctors have said nothing can be done. He may die in the next few days. And she put her Mangal Sutra, her bridal thread tied around her neck by her husband, at his feet and begged, give me the Tali Bhagyam, give me the blessing that I should be Sumangali, which means never widowed. As usual, he was having his bidi and took the bidi out of his mouth and said, Tali Bhagyam Irukum, it will be done. Unfortunately, after a few days, her husband died. It takes 24 hours to finish all the rituals. So maybe after 24 hours of his death, the body was being brought to the cremation ground. And again, he was sitting in the cremation ground at that time. Usually, women are not allowed to come with a dead body to the cremation ground, but she came to the cremation ground just to see Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar Swamigal. I was also sitting next to him, seeing the whole scene. She came and fell at his feet and cried and touched the Mangalyam and touched his feet. He said, I already told you you will be Sumangali. She just burst out and said, he is dead, Swamiji, and they are bringing his body to the cremation ground. I came to just cry at your feet. He is such a powerful being. He just looked intensely straight. I got frightened because I can see when he was looking, he became a different personality. In Tiruvannamalai, when they bring the dead bodies from the house, the head will be facing the house. Near Harishchandra temple, they will do a ritual and turn the head towards the cremation ground, meaning his life is over and he is now moving to the next phase. So she said, they are turning the dead body to face the cremation ground at a Harishchandra temple. He just stared and told her, I turned his head. They don't need to turn his head now. Go and tell them. I was shocked. She just jumped and ran, and there she saw he was sitting alive. He sat up, and all the friends and relatives who were bringing his body got frightened and dropped the bamboo pot and ran away. And both of them, as husband and wife, came and touched his feet. He was simply laughing. Sri Annamalai Swamigal was a direct disciple and personal sevak attendant of Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi. He taught Advaita and self-inquiry as two paths to enlightenment. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent several years around Annamalai Swamigal in his childhood here in Tiruvannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes the power of Annamalai Swamigal's samadhi, an ability to be unclutched, free from the regular thought shaft, in his own words. Describing his Guru Annamalai Swamigal, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals, "You can just sit in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Sahaja Samadhi forever, unbroken Sahaja Samadhi. The most powerful unclutched being I have ever seen is Annamalai Swamigal. Even when his eyes are open, you can look into his eyes and see that he is unclutched. He is a Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Only in his eyes I realized anybody can come in front of him and there will not be any expression in his eyes. He will just be seeing, but there will be no reaction from inside. Such a pure Nirvikalpa Samadhi." The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his enlightenment experience at age 12, which happened after he heard Annamalai Swamigal's words on the truth that we are beyond pain. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls the series of incidents that led to the final experience of enlightenment. In his own words, "I will describe exactly what happened at the age of 12 on this Paurnami day, full moon day. Also, Vaikashi Vishaka, Vaikashi month, Vishaka Nakshatra. As per the tradition, this is the day Subramanya appeared from the third eye of Paramashiva as an embodiment of jnana, enlightenment. On this very day, in the evening, I went to the Arunachala hill, where there is a place called Pavalakundla, the coral hill. It is a very beautiful and powerful place where Devi Parvati did tapas and became enlightened. So there is an Ardhanarishwara temple there. In those days, I started practicing self-inquiry. Who am I, in a little different way, as initiated by Annamalai Swamigal? I still remember I started going to him just because of the candies that he gives. Once I went to listen to him. He was talking about some spiritual truths. I understood from his words that we are not the body, there is no pain or suffering for us. So it was really the beginning of a search for me. I went to the house. I was in the pure space of listening. So whatever he said was intensely working on me. My inner space, completion, and the completion of Annamalai Swamigal both were going through a process through the words that he had uttered, through the initiation he had given. I took my father's shaving razor and cut my tie very deeply. When I cut my tie, the blood started oozing out, and I can say I was shaken. My mother started crying and running around. My grandmother, who always suspected I am mad, got it confirmed. I was taken to Dr. Karunanidhi's hospital just opposite the house. He is still there. He made 13 stitches. After 2 or 3 days, I went again to Annamalai Swamigal and said, "See what you taught me. You said we don't have pain or suffering." He laughed and said, "Don't worry, my son. You did not understand what I said. But even without understanding, your attitude of experimenting is a great quality. Hold on to it. You will achieve the ultimate." He gave me candies and one last word. He said, "Find out who is having the feeling that you are having pain or suffering." I can tell you, it was literally an initiation. Whenever I find time, I will sit and contemplate who is having pain in me. On this same day, at the foothills of Arunachala, I was trying to practice this very technique. Who am I? Who is having the pain experience? Between sunset and moonrise, after 4:30 and before 6 p.m., the sudden click happened. It was a sudden click, not a step-by-step experience. Suddenly, something opened in me. It is like when you are struggling to connect to pipes. Suddenly you know when from the other side of the pipe water comes out. The pipes are connected. Exactly like that. Suddenly, I know something opened inside me. I was actually with closed eyes, but I could see all sides, 360 degrees this side and 360 degrees that side. Not only I was able to see the temple, the hill, the every plant, the stone, the sky above me. I could see all of this without turning my head. I also experienced that the whole thing is me. How alive you are inside your skin. The same depth of life I felt with everything around me, the stone, the plants, the hill, the temple, with everything around me for around 1.5 hours. Slowly, when I settled, I went and told Mata Vivekanandapuri what had happened. I asked her whether I was possessed by any ghost. She took me to the Arunachaleshwara temple near the Garbha Mandir, the sanctum, and asked me to remember that experience. I remembered. She asked, "Is it getting intensified or getting diminished?" I said, "It is getting intensified. I can see now." She said, "The Shivalinga is alive. All these deities are alive. This whole temple is alive. This is the proof you are possessed by God because the Arunachaleshwara temple is the most sacred and oldest energy center. If you are possessed by demon, that experience cannot become solid here. It will only become dull. If you are possessed by the divine experience, the real Kundalini awakening, only then it can become more intense here." Then immediately I rushed. The joy was so much. I rushed and called my classmate Sampath and took him to the temple and said, I told him, "I went and sat and meditated in that rock, that hill, and I got this experience. Now I can see everywhere, anywhere. You also go and meditate on that rock. You will also have the same experience." I thought, in that rock, that experience happens. He asked, "What experience happened to you?" I said, "See, I can now see all the sides without turning my head. If you want, you can check." He took a coin and showed behind my head and asked if it is heads or tails, and I answered correctly. 5 to 6 times he tested. And I also said, "Not only I can see without turning my head the coin which you are showing, I can also see the tree behind and the ants climbing the tree. I can see everything." Sampath got frightened and ran away. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares that this is the method of Aham Spurana, flowering of the self, given to him by Annamalai Swamigal. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further goes on to describe what an ecosystem Tiruvannamalai was, where, in spite of what had happened with Annamalai Swamigal, none of his biological family members or his extended friends and relatives were angry with Annamalai Swamigal for what had happened. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes this in his own words. "Neither my mother nor my father was angry with Annamalai Swamigal. My mother is telling, if that Annamalai Swamigal said, there will be nothing wrong. We will ask him what he said and what you understood. And my father was telling me, first, let us do all this first aid, then I will take you to Annamalai Swamigal and get clarity. The doctor who attended to me is literally part of my family. He gets the drinking water from my house. My house well used to be the common room for a few family members and neighbors. He was a very good, loving, caring person. He never took money from my family for any medical care. Even for other villagers, he would charge maximum 10 rupees. His response was, your Swami will not say something wrong to you. We don't know how we understood it. Let us go and talk to him. Even if you have misunderstood and cut yourself, he will set it right, don't worry. Not even a single person even thought of coming and telling me, why did you go to that Swami? Because of him you cut your tie, and you have so much of pain and 13 stitches. What would have happened if you did not cut the tie and you just cut the neck? All that negative build-up. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism finally concludes how much the ecosystem is important for a person to become enlightened, for enlightenment to flower. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes what might have happened if this incident had occurred in any other ecosystem in the modern times. He describes this only for us to understand how far away we have moved from the guru-disciple based knowledge transmission system for growing our consciousness. He describes what would have happened if the Annamale Swamigal incident happened in the modern times. In his own words, he says, Annamale Swamigal would have been put in jail, and a POCSO FIR would have been registered, and they would have put me in some mental hospital for treating me psychologically because they would have diagnosed some ADHD, or they might have created a cut and tie phobia. What they would have done, I don't know, and whether they would have put me under sedatives or antidepressant drugs or put me in a foster home, taking me away from my parents for they not getting angry with Annamale Swamigal and not stopping me from going to Annamale Swamigal. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism bows down to his Guru Annamale Swamigal as one of the geniuses of Tiruvannamalai who had strongly experienced the truth and from the truth manifested what he wanted in his life, including the 2 loincloths and towels that were his only clothing his entire life. Annamale Swamigal gifted the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism his own handwritten diary with internalizations of truths he had heard from his Guru Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi. In this book, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism wrote his own internalizations also and had it corrected by Annamale Swamigal as well. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai is yet another powerful mutant of Tiruvannamalai who was an adept in the science of Aushadha, energized herbs for healing and enlightenment, and in the science of yantras, which is the science of the sacred geometries etched on copper plates which radiate specific energies for health, wealth, healing, and enlightenment. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai was fondly called Chakkaram, meaning wheel, because of his expertise in yantras that resembled the wheel-like drawings. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored both these sciences with Sri Narayana Swami Pillai during his childhood years. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai had another name, Totakara Tata, meaning gardener grandfather, as he maintained flower gardens and tied garlands for the temples of Tiruvannamalai, and also because he knew which herb would be available in the forests of Tiruvannamalai. He used to sit in the small Ganesha temple in the Thirumanjana Gopuram street, where people reached him for solutions for any physical disorder or being possessed by spirits or to end any life struggle. He could interpret the higher cosmic laws in play and change the course of life within their scope for those who came to him. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes in his own words how Sri Narayana Swami Pillai radiated the powers of Paramashiva so unassumingly. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he describes, so casually he will take a mirror or a white beaten leaf, which I would buy and come, and he would apply the Jnananjana on it in his own unique style. Jnananjana is a special black paste he kept prepared in a small steel box. And this mirror will act like a high-definition television and show whatever he wanted. All the police officers who worked in Tiruvannamalai town or even in Chennai 30 years earlier would come to him for resolving crimes. He will show where the criminal is hiding, where the stolen goods are kept, who has murdered, how the murder happened. He would show them long shots, close-ups, anything they wanted on the mirror or the beetle leaf, and they will go and solve the crimes. He will not even see the scenes himself. He will simply chew and eat the leaf after they have seen and left. Such an unassuming villager who was a great power manifester. He is the instrument for building the Unnamalai Amman temple inside the Tiruvannamalai police station. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls looking into that mirror once and getting a shock as he saw the image of Devi herself smiling back at him. The Aushadha Annadhan Seva is continuing to happen at KAILASA Tiruvannamalai. Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram at Annammalai on the mountain path. From this location alone, over 60,000 meals have been served. For the sacred occasion of Purnima, the full moon night celebrations. The Annamalaya devotees are continuing to perform the Girivala, their walk around the Arunachala hill, which is a 14-kilometer path around the mountain. The volunteers of Kailasa, the sannyasis of Kailasa, can be seen continuously, untiringly serving the Annamalaya devotees with the Aushadha food. We had entered into the early morning hours of the following day, and the Girivala is being continuously performed by Annamalaya devotees, and therefore the Aushadha Annadhan is also continuously happening. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to reveal on his Aushadha Guru Sri Narayana Swami Pillai. He recalls an incident when Narayana Swami Pillai so unassumingly saved the very life of one of his devotees. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he describes this very incident. He says, one day a person named Shivan Pillai got caught in a crime, not because he did the crime, but because he was in the wrong place with the wrong people. He came running to Narayana Swami Tata and begged him, please save me. Tata particularly mentioned one cave in the Arunachaleshwara hill and said, go and sit in that cave. As long as food comes to you, do not come out. As usual, the police came to Narayana Swami Tata to resolve this crime, and all of them finally got arrested, other than this devotee of Sri Narayana Swami Tata. I asked Tata, why did you tell him to go and sit in the cave? Tata told me that he was supposed to get arrested, means bandhana was meant to happen in his life, as per his planetary positions in his horoscope, and he was meant to go to jail. Instead of jail, bandhana. He changed it to Bandhana Yoga, means withdrawal from society and meditating. The same punishment is now transformed into penance or tapas. And he also got some spiritual powers because he obeyed the word of the Guru Vaak. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing this incident when Narayana Swami Pillai saved the very life of one of his devotees by changing the very course of his life. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further describes his Guru, Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, in his own words. He says, he had the direct darshan of Parashakti. She gave him one instruction. You can earn any amount of money through these powers, but in the night when you are going to sleep, nothing should be there with you. You should have spent or distributed it. I have seen him earning in those days, in the 1980s, 2,000 to 3,000 rupees per day. He will not ask people for money, but people will drop money, whatever they have. But before going to bed, he will call the local sadhus and distribute it or give it to some local temple festival. Once I asked him, what will you do later? He laughed and said, the powers Devi has given, that is the only security for future, not this money. He made his career as his mission. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received many direct initiation gifts from all his gurus, which happens in the Hindu tradition only when the disciple has proven to the guru that he will take all the wealth of knowledge and initiations received to millions more. Only then the disciple is entrusted with these most coveted and celebrated secrets of the universe. If they are given to anyone lesser, they lose their value and their purpose.
सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुण सागर नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्तपरायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर चंद्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर गोकुलनंदना गोपी मनोहर हरि नारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर बंध विमोचना पाप संहारक पतित पावन नित्यपुरी
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describes a profound incident with his Guru Maunaswami Narayana Swami, with whom he explored the science of Nirahara Samyama and Kalpa. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself describes the incident. He reveals, "One day I was sitting next to him, kneeling down with folded hands. Somebody was asking him, 'Bhagavan, how are you alive without eating or drinking?' The person sat, waited for the answer. The sun was setting. He just went away. I asked, 'Bhagavan, will you answer?' He just laughed and showed both his eyes. The moment I understood what he was trying to convey to me, he held my neck and just hit me with his head. I could see the transmission of lamp happening. The whole light jumped from him into me. I could see literally the software with which he is functioning. He has gifted to me also. This body also started functioning with that software. Intense experience of the nectar. At various levels, the mutations happen. The alchemistry happens. We call it rasavada. These mutants come to the world to say that superconscious breakthrough is possible. Spiritual alchemy is possible. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in describing his Guru, Maunaswami Narayana Swami, and how, through the most profound incident, he experienced the transmission of the entire knowledge from Maunaswami Narayana Swami to himself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes Thinnai Swamigal, who was a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, and from whom the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism imbibed the science of universal boundless consciousness. Thinnai Swamigal was a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. His life demonstrated the truth of living in the boundless cosmic space, even while living in the boundary of a physical place. He lived blissfully in a small Thinnai, a stone slab, just outside the house of an unknown person. for over 30 years. Through Thinnai Swamigal, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism has revived the science of universal boundless consciousness as a path to enlightenment. The supreme pontiff of Hinduism recalls a profound happening with Thinnai Swamigal during his childhood, when he experienced yet again the magical Hindu way of knowledge transmission from guru to disciple. In the words of the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, describing this profound incident with Thinnai Swamigal, he reveals, "My Guru Kuppamal once told me, let us go and sit with Thinnai Swamigal and get his blessings and listen from him some of the Vedantic truths. She took me with her." Thinnai Swamigal said, "Come on, you read the Ragu Gita and the Vedanta Manana Chintamani. I will explain." He's not a person who is talkative. Very few words. I started reading. Mataji Kuppamal was sitting in a very devoted way and attentive way. I was reading, and then I was seeing that Thinnai Swamigal, after an hour, his head fell and the mouth was wide open and the saliva started pouring. I thought, he's sleeping. I just nudged Mataji Kuppamal and showed that he's sleeping without stopping the reading. He is such a sweet being. He was not sleeping, he was in samadhi. He did not respond with anything. He just put his hand on my knees to show me that he is not sleeping. And I tell you, it was like an electrical shock for me. And whatever I read just became a reality in front of my eyes. He was sitting in samadhi and making all those words get into my system and become an experience in me. The supreme pontiff of Hinduism thus describes the greatness of Thinnai Swamigal and how he adapted from me. The science of boundless consciousness. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spent his golden childhood in Tiruvannamalai, wandering in its sacred space, his eyes ever seeking the mystics, the yogis, and the mutants who lived here, radiating the powerful truths of the Hindu tradition. He sat at their feet as a disciple, surrendering to their mystical ways, enlightening worlds and joyful lives. One such mutant is Sorakai Swami, who lived all his life in a 3 feet by 3 feet enclosure, whom the spiritual pontiff, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, describes in these very words. He says, I have seen one Swami. He was called Sorakai Swami locally. Soraka means bottle gourd, a vegetable. In front of him, a half bottle gourd shell would be there, in which people would put food. Whenever he feels like he will eat, otherwise he won't. The next person who wants to offer food to him will empty that bottle gourd, clean it, and put fresh food. He had from 25 to 30 dogs as his friends. Throughout his life, he lived in 3 by 3 feet in small structure. Please understand, I have never seen him moving. I even doubted if his bones all got frozen. I knew he was alive because he used to talk to people sometimes. He will smile sometimes. His hands will move. Because of all this, I know he is alive. Because the birds have started sitting on his head and eating from his hair, some of his followers made a small stone pillared structure 3 feet by 3 feet, and his whole life he sat there. Sometimes the sitting posture would be different. That is the way we can even presume he's still alive. But the kind of a space he will radiate and the way he will be sitting, it was so visibly declaring the powers of the yogic tradition. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing Chaitanya Swamigal, the direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, describes at the age of 16 here in Tiruvannamalai how his gurus performed the coronation ceremony for him before they all departed the mortal coil. In his own words, he describes, Mata Vibhutanandapuram made the initiation document in my name. She finally legitimately recorded the continuity of the history. And she made sure my mother safeguards all these things. She inspired my mother to protect all these things. The Sakti Swamigal gave the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism the initiation and method for his most intimate practice, the Girivalam of Arunachala Hill. This handwritten page. There is a series of handwritten pages given by Sakti Swamigal to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This document contains the Brahma Aksharam, which is the Tamil letter Up, explained by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as follows. Brahma Aksharam is the syllable which puts you in that space of Parabrahma, ultimate. It is these three dots up. You can see in my own Guru's handwriting. There is something in you which you do not need to remember. It is there 24 hours. When you are in waking state, when you are in dream state, when you are in deep sleep state, it is there. That is why after sleep when you come out and you say, I slept so well. So it is there. You don't need to remember it. And you can't forget it. It is there. That which you don't need to remember, which you cannot forget, and that which remembers everything. With these three qualities put together, there is something in you. That is Arunachala. That is Paramatma, Paramashiva, Parabrahma, Parandama, Paramashakti, Paramaguru, Paramatma. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes thus the initiations he received from his gurus on the occasion of the Yoga Pattabhishekam, coronation by his gurus as the next incarnation of Paramashiva, who will be the guiding force of humanity at large. Thus, Mata Vibhutanandapuri handed over the Yoga Pattabhishekam Patram, the document, the Diksha Patram, which gives the authority to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to teach humanity at large. It is the authority document from the Guru Parampara.
Nithyananda Janmabhūmi
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes and explains what is meant by the term Sarvajñapita and how Tiruvannamalai is a Sarvajñapita and how Tiruvannamalai is the real Hindu Gurukul. In his own words, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes and reveals, in Hinduism we have various mats, monasteries, sampradayas. Sarvajñapita is like a university where all the sampradayas, traditions of Hinduism are taught and they flourish. Madurai was a Sarvajñapita. Tiruvannamalai was a Sarvajñapita. In Tiruvannamalai, Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi is more a Vedantic tradition. Yogiram Surat Kumar is more a Bhakti Sampradaya, means devotion based. Sheshadri Swamigal is a Shakta Sampradaya. But Arunachala itself is a Sarvajñapita. To the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he further goes on to clarify, I am the head of multiple traditional Sarvajñapitas that existed, and therefore I am reviving multiple traditional Sarvajñapitas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further reveals how the whole of Tiruvannamalai is the most amazing Gurukul, the ancient system of knowledge transmission from Guru to the disciple. In his own words, he describes, the first 21 years, my whole life is a Gurukul. The whole Tiruvannamalai is the best amazing Gurukul. The temple is like a practical laboratory, and the masters, specialists of each field were available in the whole city. It is literally the largest living Hindu university. If I just reproduced the Tiruvannamalai, which existed in the 1980s, I think I would have fulfilled my mission of creating the largest practicing Hindu university. The whole city is centered on temple and enlightenment. They may not even know the word enlightenment. They will use simple words colloquially. They will say, if I don't get one more birth, that is enough. If I just get the place at Arunachala's feet, that is enough. They will use these simple colloquial words without knowing the word or idea enlightenment. But the whole city is focused on enlightenment. The whole city is an ambience, a spiritual incubator for an incarnation to flower, for enlightened beings to flower. Not a single sadhu will go without food in Tiruvannamalai. Even if you just wear the saffron robe and live as an ordinary beggar, you will be given food. You will have enough money to run your life, basic needs. It is the real Hindu Gurukul, the Hindu university atmosphere I had in Tiruvannamalai in the 1970s is what I am trying to reproduce all over the world through the Nithyananda Gurukuls and the online e-Gurukuls. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 17th of November 2019. Just from this one location, KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, located on the mountain path, just from this one location, 62,589 meals have been served thus far from the time of the onset of the full moon. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals on the authentic dissemination of the Enlightenment science that has been happening ever since 1994 in his life, from the time he inherited the knowledge from his gurus, the initiations from his gurus, and started sharing it with the whole world, with the whole humanity at large. In his own words, he reveals, last 26 years of my documented life, my public life from 1994, I have spoken in classes, programs, satsangs. I have spoken on Veda, Vedanta, Agama, Agamanta, the Kamika Agama, the Karana Agama, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, the Shiva Sutra, the Spandakarika. I've spoken on the Vedanga, the Upaveda, the Agamanga, the Upagama, Siddhanta, Upanishads, Brahma Sutra, Bhagavad Gita, Viveka Chudamani, Ashtavakra Gita, Shaivite tradition books, and I have revived all of them. My gurus have blessed me with experiential knowledge and practical expertise. I want the world to know that everything is completely consistent, coherent, cohesive, clearly presented to the world to revive the Enlightenment science, the Paramashiva Jnanam, the highest knowledge. Even when I spoke on Aparajnana, I have spoken from the angle of helping all of you to reach enlightenment. My Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, downloaded the whole thing inside me. He gave an access to me to the whole Akashic record, all the Shastras. He revealed everything experientially. Then, my various gurus in the physical plane, like Yogi Yoganandapuri, Ishakti Swamigal, Kuppammal, Mata Vivekanandapuri, Panduranganar, all of them gave me the expertise in the physical plane. If you ask me who taught me Siddha, the whole Siddha tradition, I will say Arunagiri Yogeshwara. He downloaded the whole thing and showed, but Isakti Swami gave me the practical expertise. In the field, he collected the herbs, showed me how the Pashana can be done, Navapashana or Aushadhas can be done. The mastery Yogananda Puri had on yoga is extremely amazing. He is beyond any medical science. He taught me the knowledge of becoming a Kaya Kalpa Dehi. Even when you leave the body, it will not deteriorate. In yoga tradition, the whole spiritual revelation was done to me by Arunagiri Yogeshwara, but making it as a practical expertise was done by Raghupati Yogi. In the Siddha tradition, Shakti Swamigal, I had a very powerful ambience, beautiful ecosystem. Same way in Vedanta, I cannot even imagine someone beyond Annamalai Swamigal. He can just sit in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Sahaja Samadhi forever. Unbroken Sahaja Samadhi. The most powerful, untouched being I have ever seen is Annamalai Swamigal. Even when his eyes are open, we can look into his eyes and see that he is untouched. He is in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Only in his eyes I realized that anybody can come in front of him and there will not be any expression in his eyes. There will be no reaction from inside. Such a pure Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Panduranganath taught me the whole Shaiva Siddhanta. On the one side, the great Siddha is Sakti Swamigal. On the other side, the great Yogi, Yogananda Puri. The other side, the great Shakta, Tantric Acharya who achieved Parashakti, Mata Vivekananda Puri. On the other side, Annamalai Swamigal. And all these people were completely in sync with each other. Nobody had ego clash. Because fortunately, all of them were experienced beings, not just intellectuals. Even the Shivacharyas who taught me in the Tiruvannamalai temple, they were all so much respectful of all these gurus. Actually, one guru will drop me in the other guru's class. Many times, Panduranganath will take me and leave me with Raghupati Yogi and go to his house. Or Raghupati Yogi will take me and leave me with Kuppamal and go to his house. All of them were in complete sync, bringing me up, making me flower. It is like how Subramanya was brought up by the Kartigai Pengal, the 6 women who brought up Subramanya. Same way, multiple gurus brought me up and made me manifest everything. Just one guru will not be sufficient to give me the expertise in so many branches of Hinduism. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. describing the amazing Gurukul atmosphere he had in Tiruvannamalai during his golden childhood. Following the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, the sannyasis and volunteers here continuously serve the Aushadha Annadhan. The early morning hours of the following day has commenced, and the Aushadha Annadhan is still happening in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai on the mountain path of Annamalai. And the Annamalaya devotees who are still performing the Girivala around Arunachala know fully well that it is only Kailasa Tiruvannamalai that serves non-stop food during all odd hours and peak hours, and they can be assured of their meal at Kailasa Tiruvannamalai. As we can see, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai is the only location in the entire Tiruvannamalai that serves food continuously in this fashion. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains how he is empowered with 16 levels of initiation to initiate his disciples, who can in turn initiate the next level of disciples. In his own words, he says, there are some gurus who are enlightened but not systematically initiated. There are some other gurus enlightened and systematically initiated for their enlightenment, but not systematically initiated to initiate others, what is called the Acharya Abhishekam, initiation into living. Paramashivatva is Charyapada, Vedic lifestyle. This initiation is called the Shiva Diksha, Samaya Diksha. Initiation into enlightenment is Vishesha Diksha. Initiation into Paramadvaita is Nirvana Diksha. Initiation authorizing you to initiate others is Acharya Abhishekam. Initiation authorizing you to transmit the enlightenment to your disciples, and in turn authorizing them to initiate others is Paramacharya Abhishekam. Just enlightenment does not give the right to initiate others. Just enlightenment means they have found a boat to cross the ocean of samsara, the ocean of delusion, for themselves. Paramashiva has showered on me all the 16 levels with power, capacity, and initiation. Just by making me take birth in Arunachala, he brought everything into this ecosystem and showered it on me. All 16 Paramashiva has blessed me with. With his grace, compassion, and the authority showered on me directly and through the unbroken chain of Guru Parampara, I initiate all of you into Paramashiva Jnana, Paramashiva Advaita, intellectually, experientially, ritualistically, giving the Shakti Pada and Shakti Nipada the energy entanglement through touch and through remote means, initiations. An initiation given through this connects you with Paramashiva directly through proper, unbroken, avichinna Guru Parampara, which is the fundamental enlightenment ecosystem.
वरं
the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, out of his infinite compassion, has made available a series of social media platforms for devotees and followers worldwide to convey their prayers to him as the living manifestation of Paramashiva. He has opened up a series of social media platforms for the devotees world over to surrender their prayers at the very feet of Paramashiva for it to be taken care. You may submit your prayers to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly through a host of social media channels. On Instagram, you may go to instagram.com/Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA. I repeat, SRINITHYANANDA. And you can comment your prayers in the live comments section or in the YouTube channel, youtube.com/@Nithyananda TV. You may go to the live video and comment your prayers in the live chat section. Or through WhatsApp, you may join the WhatsApp group Kailasa's SBH Nithyananda and send your prayers. Or on Twitter, you may go to twitter.com/Sri Nithyananda without a space, SRINITHYANANDA. On twitter.com/Sri Nithyananda, SRINITHYANANDA. You may go to the topmost pinned post and click the reply icon and post your prayer along with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. Ask the Avatar. ASKTHEAVATAR. Or you may go to Facebook, facebook.com/Paramahamsa Nithyananda, and you may comment your prayers in the live comment section. As per the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, the Aushadha Annadhan Seva has been given to the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating Arunachala on the full moon night, right up to the last devotee of Annamalaya who circumambulates the mountain. As you can see here, KAILASA Tiruvannamalai is the only organization in the entire Tiruvannamalai which has its doors open still, and the Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to happen, and where Annamalaya devotees flock in, knowing completely well that they will be able to receive their food at any odd hour of the day. They will never be denied food. It is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that there must be no hungry stomachs in the vicinity of Kailasa, and food should never be denied to anyone. Therefore, we can see Kailasa Tiruvannamalai having its gates open and patiently waiting until the last Annamalaya devotee comes and has his meal and completes his Girivala.
जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्रीशैलेश्वरा शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभय प्रदायक आनंददायक भक्त उदारणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा
You can see here both the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai. In spite of the crowd abating, they are still having their gates open, patiently waiting for any lone devotee of Annamalaya who is going around in Girivala, who might be hungry, who would want to step in and have a meal, would have no place to go at this odd hour. Therefore, the two Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai are just having their gates open, waiting patiently for any single Annamalaya devotee who comes to them asking for food, and they're happy to serve.
जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनन्दना गोपी मनोहर हरिनारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतित पावन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मातापिता गुरुदेव महेश्वर दीनदयाभर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा 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 பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायका विघ्नविनाशका सिद्धिविनायका नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हरा हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिवशक्तीश्वरा श्रीशैलेश्वरा शम्भो शङ्करा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मंगल पावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणासागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्तपरायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चंद्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मूषिकवाहन मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर शिवशक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शम्भो शङ्कर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर बंसीधर हर श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर हे मधुसूदन भवभयभञ्जन मंगल पावन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणसागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्तपरायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर चंद्रकलाधर गौरी मनोहर परम कृपाकर नित्य ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ ಪನ್ನಗಭೂಷಣ ನಿಖಿಲಲೋಚನ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಮಾತಪಿತಾ ಗುರು ದೇವ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರ ದೀನದಯಾಭರ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ
It is the morning hours at KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, and the Aushadha Annadhan continues to be served to the Annamalaya devotees who are performing the Girivala on the sacred occasion of full moon night. Here in Kailasa, from two locations, the Aushadha Annadhan is being served continuously to the Annamalaya devotees. It has been 24 hours since the Aushadha Annadhan started. And Kailasa Tiruvannamalai is the only location in Tiruvannamalai that is continuing to serve the food on the occasion of full moon celebrations. The Aushadha food is being served from Adiyannamalai and from Tiruvudal Street, where the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, is located. The grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is Aushadha Annadhan Seva is happening non-stop over the last 24 hours, serving food infused with conscious energy. Aushadha food to the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating Arunachala on the sacred occasion of the full moon night. And we had the Panguni Uttiram celebrations last night, which is the divine marriage ceremony of the celestial couples, Lord Subramanya, with his divine consort Valli, the celestial marriage of Paramashiva with his divine consort Paramashiva Shakti, of Lord Venkateshwara with his divine consorts Sridevi and Bhudevi, of Lord Ranganatha with his divine consort Kaya Ranganayakam. Panguni Uttiram is the occasion when the divine marriage of all the celestial couples happened, and this happened yesterday, where the Kailasa temples performed the divine marriage ceremony of the celestial couples. And we had the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, radiating, manifesting the energy of Kalyana Sundaramurti, which is one of the 64 superconscious mutation manifestations of Paramashiva, the presiding Lord of fulfilling relationships. That is Kalyana Sundaramurti. And yesterday being Panguni Uttiram, the day of relationships with completion, as it is the celestial marriage day of the divine couples. We had the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as Kalyana Sundaramurti, presiding Lord for fulfilling relationships. And as the prasada of this darshan and the marriage ceremony of the divine couples, we receive the space of completion and the space of fulfilling relationships. as a pure spiritual gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Today, the 25th of March, is going to be the celebration of Holi in all the Kailasa temples worldwide. I invite each and every one of you to join in the Holi celebrations. Holi is one of the most important spiritual celebrations in the Hindu tradition. In the Vaishnava tradition, it is celebrated as the day Radha and Gopikas united with Bhagwan Sri Krishna in the Rasa Leela, and Bhagwan Sri Krishna gave them the experience of the Sahasrara, which means all of them had their Sahasrara Chakra blossom and they experienced enlightenment. Each Gopika experienced her own Bhagwan Sri Krishna, meaning realizing her own soul is Bhagwan Sri Krishna. It is such a day of spiritual ecstasy, the celebration of Holi. The Annamalaya devotees come with a complete assurance that they will receive their food at any time of the day. As we can see, Kailasas, the two locations, Kailasa and Tiruvannamalai, are the only organizations that has got the gates open continuously from even before the onset of the full moon to even after the full moon has moved on, to ensure that every single devotee of Annamalaya is not denied food, is given food. For it is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism never to deny food to a hungry stomach. Therefore, every full moon night, the two Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai completely stretch themselves and offer this marathon non-stop Aushadha Annadhan Seva for 24 to sometimes 36 hours. You can see the sadhus, the sannyasis of Tiruvannamalai, the citizens of Tiruvannamalai, the visitors to Tiruvannamalai who are Annamalaya devotees, all of them coming into the two Kailasa locations completely confident of getting their meal. As they continue their worship of Annamalaya in this holy land. The sannyasis and devotees of Annamalaya surrender at his feet with a complete trust, with the ultimate trust that he will take care of them. And as the living manifestation of Paramashiva Annamalaya, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, takes it as his ultimate responsibility to fulfill the basic necessities of his devotees by giving them food water, shelter, and above all, spiritual upliftment. Yesterday, we had the Kalpataru meditation program as part of the Purnima celebrations in Tiruvannamalai, which teaches the science of manifesting our reality and which bestows on us the Samaya Diksha initiation, which is the first level initiation into the Shaivite lifestyle, where the space of Paramashiva is awakened in us, where the connection with Paramashiva is established within us, so we may realize our own Paramashivatva, so that we may start radiating the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, Kailasa and Mahakailasa of Paramashiva. Every full moon day, the Kalpataru meditation program, which is a one-day meditation program, is conducted here in Tiruvannamalai along with the Aushadha Annadhan Seva. Here in Tiruvannamalai, the devotees of Annamalaya who come around in circumambulation of the Arunachala hill, which is Paramashiva himself in hill form, are immersed in the spiritual practice in continuous remembrance of Annamalaya within them, to the extent that Annamalaya becomes the very digestive fire inside them. Annamalaya is worshipped as the fire element here in Tiruvannamalai, as he appeared as the infinite shaft of fire to resolve the dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. Therefore, Annamalaya is worshipped as the fire element in Tiruvannamalai. And when his devotees circumambulate Arunachala, in continuous remembrance of him, he becomes the very digestive fire in their stomach. And therefore, serving food to the Annamalaya devotees is equivalent to serving food to Annamalaya himself. This is the profound spiritual context revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the sannyasis and volunteers of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai in serving food to the Annamalaya devotees. Kailasas, sannyasis, and volunteers have been untiringly serving the Aushadha Annadhan to Annamalaya devotees from both these locations in Tiruvannamalai, from Bhagwan's parental home on the rural street and from the mountain path at Adi Annamalai. The Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, and the temple monastery at Adi Annamalai, which is KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, which has been established on the 19th of April 2008 by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, with the original purpose of serving the Annamalaya devotees and completely taking care of their basic needs, such as food, water, shelter, and above all the spiritual upliftment. And true to his vision, in spite of the persistent attacks on Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram here in Adi Annamalai, this campus has withstood the attacks from the Hindu media elements and continued to offer undaunted service to the Annamalaya devotees. Tiruvannamalai is a growing spiritual tourism center, and next to the Arunachaleshwara temple, it is the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai that is the most preferred destination for the tourists who enter Tiruvannamalai. The Annamalaya devotees, the citizens of Tiruvannamalai, are back at both the Kailasas and Tiruvannamalai for their morning meal, as we can see. And the sannyasis and volunteers of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai are untiringly serving the Aushadha Annadhan, welcoming the devotees back. Here in his parental home, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism commenced the revival of Kailasa in all its dimensions. Right from his childhood, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been immersed in activities related only to the revival of Kailasa, as evidenced by the innumerable eyewitness interviews of the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai. Right from the Shivacharyas of the Arunachaleshwara temple, the temple priests, to the fire torch bearer for Annamalai, to the temple Javans, the temple watchmen of the Arunachaleshwara temple, to his family, friends, relatives, and the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai. Every single interview has only been about the worship-related activities, the temple-based lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism lived from day one of his childhood. There has not been a single line in any recording of these eyewitness interviews that there was any other activity or any other form of entertainment in the childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism here in Tiruvannamalai. Annamalai devotees are completely assured of their name. It is with that confidence that they come back to the Kailasas Tiruvannamalai early morning to have their first meal of the day. In spite of the non-stop marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva that has happened for over 24 hours now, KAILASA Tiruvannamalai continues to serve food to the Annamalai devotees. As we see them flocking in to both the Kailasa locations here in Tiruvannamalai. Ever since the official acquisition of Bhagwan's parental home here on Tiruvudal Street by Kailasa Bharat last year, non-stop Aushadha Annadhan Seva has been happening from Bhagwan's parental home, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai. And the people on Tiruvudal Street are most delighted to have their beloved Bhagwan back on Tiruvudal Street and to be able to receive food, which is food directly from him. It is his love for his people that this Aushadha Annadhan Seva is happening. And every single citizen of Tiruvannamalai feels the love and compassion of their beloved Bhagwan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, as they receive this Aushadha Annadhan, this Aushadha food from the devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the sannyasis and his devotees, who are none other than his extended hands. And this is deeply felt by each and every one receiving this Aushadha Annadhan in Tiruvannamalai. In the temple monastery complex on the mountain path in Annamalai, we can see the Aushadha Annadhan being served in multiple locations inside the campus and just outside on the Giribala path, the mountain path, for the convenience of the Annamalai devotees who are performing the Giribala, where they can just step aside and have their Aushadha food and resume on their Girivala. It is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to give the Hindu cosmic principles and all the services associated with it in the most user-friendly fashion to the people at large. And as part of this vision, every dimension of the service extended by the Kailasas worldwide is thought of and micromanaged to the grassroots level as to how it can be offered in the most user-friendly fashion. As we can see, the Aushadha Annadhan counters are also placed just outside of the KAILASA Tiruvannamalai campus for the convenience of the Annamalaya devotees who are moving on the mountain path in their Girivala, where they can simply step aside, have their meal quickly as possible, and continue their Girivala.
ಸುಂದರ ನಟನ ಮನೋಹರ ಕರುಣ ಸಾಗರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಜಗದೋಧಾರಣ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜನಾರ್ದನ ಪರಮದಯಾಗನ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಸತ್ಯ ಸನಾತನ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿರಂಜನ ಭಕ್ತ ಪರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಚಂದ್ರಕಲಾಧರ ಗೌರಿ
The food that is being served here, which is known as the Aushadha food, is infused with conscious energy at every stage of its preparation and serving. Right from the procurement of the ingredients to the preparation of the food, to the people who handle the food and to the people who are serving the food. All the people who handle this food are initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. And the food is infused with a conscious energy, with the Satya Sankalpa, with a conscious resolution to aid the conscious growth of the people consuming the food, for conscious sovereignty to blossom in the people who consume this food. Food is an important component in our lifestyle, and therefore it plays a major role in the quality of our consciousness, which is why this Aushadha food plays a very important role in the lives of people. This Aushadha food, which if it is consumed on a regular basis, can itself play a vital role in raising the consciousness of the people consuming it, which is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, is offering this Aushadha Annadhan continuously on a non-stop basis in all the Kailasas worldwide, where the people living in the vicinity of the Kailasa campuses start coming into the Kailasa campuses and partaking of this Aushadha food, so that Their consciousness is continuously nurtured with this food that is prepared so extremely carefully with ingredients conducive for conscious growth, avoiding any ingredient that carries negative energy or has a negative impact on the consciousness if taken as mainstream food.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा பலகோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிணி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும் மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி
Kailasas, volunteers, and sannyasis, it is their first-hand personal experience as to how rejuvenating is the seva of offering Aushadha Annadhan is, especially every full moon night when they need to offer the seva non-stop for 24 to 36 hours. Their experience is, it completely rejuvenates them. In spite of the extended hours, the whole seva is rejuvenating. As they continue to serve food to the Annamalaya devotees, which is equivalent to serving food to Annamalaya himself, the very process of serving food to the Annamalaya devotees becomes a rejuvenating process for themselves, wherein they do not feel an iota of tiredness of fatigue. They are simply able to continue non-stop offering this Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalaya devotees. The Girivala, or the walk around Arunachala, is performed as the ultimate spiritual practice here in Tiruvannamalai, wherein when you walk around Arunachala in continuous remembrance of him, as your body moves, continuously remembering him, the unwanted thoughts start ceasing in the mind, and finally we disconnect from the thought shaft itself, awakening the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi inside us. This is the purpose of the spiritual practice of Girivala here in Tiruvannamalai. As the body moves in continuous remembrance, constant remembrance of Arunachala, the mind ceases. The people of Tiruvannamalai simply walk into the Kailasas to have their morning meal. It has become the customary routine. especially ever since Bhagwan's parental home was legally acquired last year. The Aushadha Annadhan has been happening non-stop in the heart of the Tiruvannamalai town, right next to the temple here on Tiruvudal Street, where Bhagwan's parental home is located, and therefore the townspeople, it has become most convenient for them to walk into KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi here on Tiruvudal Street, and have their meals for the day, which is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the people living in the vicinity of any Kailasa ecosystem located in the world should not find the need to light their home kitchen fire. They should simply be able to walk in to the Kailasa ecosystems and have their 3 meals of the day, and in between as well. Arunachala is described as Smaranath Mukti Arunachalam, that is the boon and blessing Paramashiva has given from this holy land of Tiruvannamalai, where mere remembrance of Arunachala is said to liberate. Smaranath Mukti Arunachalam means mere remembrance of Arunachala liberates. That is the powerful boon given by Paramashiva from this holy land of Tiruvannamalai, where just by remembering Arunachala from wherever you are, in whichever corner of the world, you are liberated. It is here in Tiruvannamalai that Paramashiva resides in his 3 forms, as the sacred hill Arunachala, as the Arunachaleshwara Linga inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, and as an eternally living incarnation through an unbroken lineage of incarnations. The current living incarnation of Paramashiva being the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Therefore, the people of Tiruvannamalai and the Annamalaya devotees who enter Tiruvannamalai on such festive occasions have their darshan of all the 3 forms of Paramashiva: the sacred Arunachala hill around which they circumambulate, the Arunachaleshwara Linga inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, and the living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. It is the most delightful happening here in Tiruvannamalai that the 3rd form of Paramashiva, which is the living incarnation in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is offering the basic food, water, and shelter to his devotees as they come into Tiruvannamalai to worship Paramashiva in his threefold form
பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்தியம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும்
as part of reviving the Kailasa lifestyle. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously serves the Aushadha Annadhan through all the Kailasa ecosystems around the world. Where through the food component, the lifestyle of eating food conducive to the conscious growth starts happening. As the people continue to consume this Aushadha food on a regular basis through the Kailasa ecosystems, the very consciousness starts raising. Annamalaya devotees are completely at home in both the Kailasa locations. The Kailasa locations, the ecosystems established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism here in Tiruvannamalai, have become the very home of the Annamalaya devotees, where they are completely relaxed and are completely assured of having their meal and resting if they wish to in the shelter provided by these Kailasa ecosystems, and partake of the spiritual services offered in both these locations. Taking the people beyond the consuming the food-like products that are available in the market today. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuously offering this huge spiritual service of taking the people not just beyond non-vegetarian food, not just beyond, but beyond vegetarian food to the next level of food, which is Aushadha-based food, which is not only pure vegetarian food, but food infused with conscious energy. Therefore, the food becomes not just merely for a hungry stomach, but for the very consciousness.
அருணையின் வேந்தன் கொடிதனை ஏற்றி அருளிடும் நாளின் தரிசனம் கருணையாய் நித்யன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய்
You can see the sadhus, sannyasis, the citizens of Tiruvannamalai, and the visitors who enter Tiruvannamalai for these festive occasions, having their morning meal just outside the Kailasa Tiruvannamalai campus on the mountain path. Their first meal of the day. They have come back to the Kailasa vacations to have their first meal of the day. Completely settled and at home, assured of their morning meal. And you can also see them settled and having their morning meal at Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, located on Tiruvudal Street, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. And this is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for all the Kailasa ecosystems, to serve food untiringly, to serve Aushadha food, which is food meant for the conscious growth, untiringly for the people on a 24/7 basis, where the people most naturally walk into the Kailasa ecosystems for their meal at any time of the day. And we can see the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism manifesting here in Tiruvannamalai in front of our own eyes, where the Annamalaya devotees are coming in without any hesitation at all times, 24/7, completely assured of their meal. And not just an ordinary meal, which is pure vegetarian, but meal which is conducive to their very consciousness. It is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that when people enter Tiruvannamalai for pure spiritual reasons of worshipping Annamalaya, of performing the Girivala, the walking the 14-kilometer path around Arunachala, their basic needs must be completely taken care, so they do not need to think about it, and they can focus on their spiritual practice of worshipping Annamalaya and performing the Girivala. And true to this, the Kailasa ecosystems here in Tiruvannamalai continuously serve food, water, and have the shelter available for the Annamalaya devotees to rest if they wish to have their food at any time of the day, 24/7. So they may comfortably be engaged in the spiritual practice of the Girivala coming around the Arunachala hill, or in various other spiritual practices for which they have entered this holy land on this auspicious occasion of full moon celebrations. And Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, Bhagavan's parental home, is located in the heart of the town, right next to the temple. While the second location, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, the temple monastery, is located on the mountain path, 7 kilometers away. Therefore, it has become most convenient for Annamalaya devotees to have their meal either when they are closer to the temple, when they are offering their worship to Annamalaya at the temple, or when they have moved away to the mountain path to perform the Girivala. As this Kailasa campus on the mountain path is located exactly midway from the Arunachaleshwara temple, when you complete the circle back at the temple, completing the 14-kilometer circle around Arunachala, this Kailasa campus is located exactly on the 7th kilometer. And even here, in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai on the mountain path, for the convenience of the Annamalaya devotees, to make this Aushadha Annadhan Seva as user-friendly as possible to them. The Aushadha Annadhan, as you can see, is being served in multiple locations, inside and outside, right on the mountain path, where those who do not wish to spend more time entering the campus can simply step aside from the Girivala path, quickly grab their meal, and move on immediately on their path, while those who wish to come in and be seated and rest a bit before resuming the Girivala can also do so by coming into the campus. It is part of the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to make Hinduism available, the sciences available in the most user-friendly fashion to the people, so they are able to adapt it and integrate it into their lifestyle with least effort on their part. And every single detail fulfill this vision right down to the grassroots level is micromanaged by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. This Aushadha food, which is food infused with conscious energy, is most conducive for the awakening of our Kundalini Shakti, the latent potent energy, bioenergy hidden in us. Creating non-violent, peaceful individuals is the way to global peace. Therefore, as part of creating non-violent and peaceful individuals, this Aushadha Annadhan Seva is being offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where merely by consuming on a regular basis this food, which is the most non-violently sourced, prepared and served food, automatically the people consuming it on a regular basis, the very inner space starts transforming towards non-violence. And this is the only way to achieve global peace and global non-violence, where individuals start radiating non-violence, and food plays a very important role in this aspect, because it is a food that ultimately builds our muscle memory, biomemory, and impacts our very consciousness. The way it is sourced, the way it is prepared, and the way it is served has a direct impact on our consciousness as we consume it, and it directly impacts our very muscle memory and biomemory. Today, the international agencies, organizations, entities, right up to the United Nations, have started adopting the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is based off the cosmic principles such as non-violence and principles from the Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures revealed by Paramashiva. And these teachings, which are the very cosmic principles taught by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, are now being incorporated by these international institutions in their policies and their framework for humanity at large. It is the clear clarion call and message of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that unless humanity starts deciding to live based on the cosmic principles in oneness and peaceful coexistence with all beings, not just human beings, with all beings in this universe, we will not be able to see the global change that we are all expecting to see and we are striving towards. And the international entities, organizations, and bodies and forums have started recognizing this undeniable truth and have started adopting the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into their very framework and policies. These colossal Aushadha Annadhan Sevas are the direct evidences for the international organizations and agencies to understand that Kailasa walks the talk and not just teaches the cosmic principles, but is on the field making it a practical reality through service to the people. Especially in today's world, when altered food is available on such a large scale and people are tending to have it because of their fast lifestyle and because of their feeling a lack of time in preparing their own food and having it. This Aushadha Annadhan Seva comes as a huge blessing to humanity at large to be able to have not just sattvic food, but food conducive to their very consciousness. Therefore, amidst their fast lifestyle, where they believe that they do not have time to prepare their own food, this Aushadha Annadhan is being made available to them by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where they need not bother about producing or cooking their own food. They can simply walk into these Kailasa ecosystems and have food of the ultimate quality to their very consciousness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, has described with details how in the ecosystem, when every dimension of the lifestyle is lived as per the cosmic principles, so much of life struggles are reduced. He cites the example of his own maternal grandfather, who lived well past his 90s and who was visited the hospital only 2 times in his entire life, the second time being when he left his body. The health line of the people who lived as per the cosmic principles has been the living example that we need to observe and imbibe in our own life. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in his global presidential addresses, has highlighted this and explained this in large detail, so we understand how living as per the cosmic principles gives us an extremely healthy body, mind, and consciousness, and gives us the longevity that we seek, along with good health. And all of this happens when we adopt the indigenous lifestyle which we have lost over the years due to various reasons, starting from the invasions that happened on Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its ideologies, its lifestyle. Therefore, it is the effort of Kailasa, the Herculean effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to revive this lifestyle where every dimension is based off cosmic principles. Therefore, this dimension, this component of food, the underlying cosmic principle being when you have food, when you produce your own food, you cook it, prepare it, serve it with the ultimate intention of conscious growth. And add ingredients that are conducive only for your conscious growth, completely avoiding ingredients that carry negative energy if consumed as mainstream food. Then the food itself starts aiding your conscious growth. And in this aspect of lifestyle, the aspect of food, you have achieved living as per the cosmic principles. In this fashion, in every aspect of lifestyle, right from the clothing to the truths that we hear, that we need to start living, to the very conversations that we have, right down to our very thought currents that we harbor inside us, in all dimensions on a holistic level, if we start aligning to the cosmic principles, to the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is based off the cosmic principles, then slowly we integrate each and every component into our lifestyle. And in this fashion, the grand revival of the Kailasa lifestyle happens. And when individuals start adopting the Kailasa lifestyle, which is the cosmic laws-based lifestyle, then the change happens at the global level, as it is individuals who can make who constitute the global change. There is nothing separate as global change. It is only individuals. When they start growing in numbers, it becomes the global change. And it is towards this most noble objective that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is untiringly extending services to the people, helping them integrate into their lives the cosmic principles in all dimensions, the dimension of food, the dimension of clothing, the dimension of the thought currents that they absorb from the outer world, the thought currents that they chew inside them, and their whole attitude and understanding about life, about themselves, about God, and about the world. In every possible way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is integrating the cosmic principles into the lives of humanity at large, through all the Kailasa ecosystems around the world. And evidence to this huge colossal effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is this Aushadha Annadhan Seva that we have been witnessing live from Tiruvannamalai over 24 hours now, and which is continuing well past the full moon celebrations here in Tiruvannamalai. Today is the auspicious celebration of Holi. All the Kailasa ecosystems are preparing to celebrate the grand festival of Holi. Holi is one of the most important spiritual celebrations in the Hindu tradition. In the Vaishnava tradition, it is celebrated as the day Radha and the Gopikas united with Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the Rasa Leela, and Bhagavan Sri Krishna gave each of them the experience of the Sahasrara flowering, blossoming, and the experience of enlightenment itself, where each Gopika experienced that her very soul is Krishna. It is the ultimate spiritual experience for each of them. It is such a day of spiritual ecstasy. The Kailasas worldwide are already preparing to celebrate the grand festival of Holi with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Here in Tiruvannamalai, Kailasa operates multiple organic farmlands where food is produced in the most traditional and organic way, where even the land is plowed in the most traditional way. At every step, care is taken to produce pure organic crops, and the food that is produced is used in this huge Aushadha Annadhan Seva to the people of Tiruvannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism encourages organic farming in all the Kailasa ecosystems worldwide. Whether it is the sprawling farmlands of Kailasa or campuses where vertical gardening can be done in some form or the other, as home gardens, as vertical gardens, or as organic farmlands, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously urges his followers to produce their own food, which can be used in the Aushadha Annadhan Seva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism repeatedly advocates the Swayambhaga lifestyle, which is the lifestyle of producing our own food and cooking our food and consuming it. Swayambhaga does not just mean self-cooking, it means producing our own food and self-cooking. In this fashion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism aims at reviving the self-sustaining model that prevailed in earlier years, before the invasions happened, where every village was self-sustaining. It produced its own food. It produced all that it required within itself, which is why our roads were never built for transportation of goods. They were built only for pilgrimage purposes, for people to visit the temples in the surrounding villages. As each village was self-sufficient, producing its own food, producing everything needed within itself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism repeatedly describes the self-sustaining model through his global presidential addresses. Which is part of the Kailasa lifestyle that existed just a few hundred years ago, before the invaders systematically and strategically destroyed the ecosystem, destroyed all aspects of the ecosystem, making it heavily dependent for even basic amenities for their own vested interests. and therefore we move completely away from the self-sustaining model to a heavily dependent model. And because of that, the entire surrounding infrastructure, the very thought currents of people, the attitude of people, the entire ecosystem took a 180-degree turn, and it is what it is today. And therefore, it is the colossal effort of the Supreme Font of Hinduism to once again make the U-turn and bring it back to what it was, which is the revival of Kailasa. Kailasa's Panguni Uttiram celebrations continue in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, as the Aushadha Annadhan is continuously being served to the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating Arunachala on this sacred occasion of full moon night, which is combined with the Panguni Utram celebrations, the day when the celestial marriages happen for all the divine couples, starting from Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. We witness the grand marriage ceremony of Lord Subramanya with his divine consort Valli, of Lord Paramashiva himself with his divine consort Paramashiva Shakti, of Lord Venkateshwara with his divine consorts Sridevi and Bhudevi, of Lord Ranganatha with his divine consort Kaya Ranganayaki. We witness all of these celestial marriages as part of the Panguni Utram celebrations, and the Aushadha Annadhan, which is being served on this sacred occasion, continues to be served. From both the locations in Kailasa, at Arunachala and at Trivula Street, from the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, it is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was born and lived the first 17 years of his life, from 1978 to 1995. And the grand revival of Kailasa, in every single dimension of its revival, happened here in Bhagwan's parental home. It is here that he sculpted his first deities, which has taken the global proportion of Kailasa's Nithyananda Sacred Arts University today, which has produced over 1 million deities. And it is here that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism wrote his first handwritten publications of Kailasa with the profound truths that he heard from his gurus. Today, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the recipient of the Asia Book of Awards for the largest number of books authored by a single individual, which stands at 1,123. Every single revival of the nation of Kailasa has its beginnings here in the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai. Therefore, it is with huge pride and privilege that the sannyasis and volunteers of Kailasa are serving this Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalaya devotees from the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he started the entire grand revival of Kailasa right from day one. And evidence to his revival activities of Kailasa are the entire townspeople of Tiruvannamalai, starting from the Shivacharyas, the temple priests of the Arunachaleshwara temple, to the elite of Tiruvannamalai, to his extended family, biological family, friends, relatives, and the townspeople at large. Delightful interviews have been captured from all of these people in Tiruvannamalai, and each and every one of them vouches for the authenticity and integrity with which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been immersed and engaged during his entire childhood in the revival activities of Kailasa. We have not had a single recording in the interviews where any of them have said even a single line of even hinting at any other activity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism other than Kailasa revival activities, which includes the temple-based lifestyle, the worship at the temple, and celebration of the Hindu festivals. Every single activity of his right from day one of his childhood has been only oriented towards reviving of Kailasa. The narrations of the townspeople of this holy land is the direct proof and direct authenticity of the life lived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from day one, in serving humanity, in enriching humanity with the revival and need for revival of Kailasa. Only the scale and size and proportion has changed over the years. Today it has assumed global proportions, but right from day one, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been immersed only in his avataric mission of reviving Kailasa. It is the most endearing sight to see the Aushadha Annadhan being served from Bhagwan's own parental home, where he started the entire revival, which stands today as the only Hindu nation in the world, the nation of Kailasa. And his own townspeople of Tiruvannamalai, his beloved people of Tiruvannamalai today stand as the most authentic narratives that speak volumes of the colossal effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the revival of Kailasa, which stands as a nation today. The people of Tiruvannamalai, the people of Tiruvudal Street in specific, are delighted to have their beloved Swami, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, back in Tiruvannamalai on Tiruvudal Street. After 28 long years. Ever since the acquisition of Bhagwan's parental home on Tiruvudal Street happened officially by Kailasa Bharat, continuous non-stop Aushadha Annadhan is being served to the people. And the people in and around Tiruvudal Street, it has become their regular routine to step into Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kailasa Tiruvannamalai here on Tiruvudal Street to have their meals for the day, which is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where people living in the vicinity of any Kailasa ecosystem should never find the need to light their home kitchen fire. They should simply be able to walk into the Kailasa ecosystem at any time of the day, 24/7, and have their food comfortably.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்னவேதோ வாழ்வின் நிலை எத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்னவேதோ வாழ்வின் நிலை எத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க தியானத்தை செய்ய வானம் கொண்ட எண்ணம் மாய்த்து விடும் நித்யானந்தன் வேதம் தானுங்க ஆனந்த வேதம் எங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் ஞானத்தையும் தந்து விடுங்க தந்து நம்ம தெய்வீகமா மாத்தி விடுங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க
The mission and vision of Kailasa is to have enlightened living as a lifestyle for all of humanity and to share with today's world the practical applications of the science of enlightenment. Kailasa represents the revival of the ancient enlightened civilization based on Hinduism, standing as a bold vision of human potential, peaceful coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Kailasa offers the science of enlightenment as a master key that can solve society's major problems and wishes to share these practical applications of this science as a service for all of humanity. Kailasa's supreme aim is to serve the religious and spiritual needs of 2 billion Hindus and the whole of humanity through micronations, Hindu universities, spiritual embassies, temple monastery complexes and nunneries, food banks, animal shelters, libraries, organic agriculture, protecting indigenous nations, recognizing gender equality, global peace, protecting ancient sciences, empowering women, eradicating poverty and illiteracy, protecting ancient heritages, teaching religious tolerance, and towards this, Kailasa creates strong diplomatic networks with national governments and international organizations to develop and administer humanitarian projects aligned with the world's needs. Kailasa works to unite all nations for common human values such as global peace, eradicating poverty, religious tolerance, gender equality, women empowerment, child welfare, eradicating illiteracy, sustainable development, animal protection, establishment and support of food banks, holistic healthcare, the revival of ancient heritage of Hinduism, protecting and reviving the science of enlightened birthing and pregnancy, democracy and uncorrupt elections, ethical environmentalism, protection of monks, organic and sustainable agriculture, recovery of drug abuse and sexually abused victims, vegetarianism, and climate change. Towards this goal of uniting nations, Kailasa has established over 108 organizations and initiatives around the world, such as Kailasa Uniting Nations for Nonviolence and Global Peace, Kailasa Uniting Nations for Feminine Empowerment and Gender Equality, Kailasa Uniting Nations for Mental Health and Development, Kailasa Uniting Nations for Nutritious Food and a Hunger-Free World, and so on. The United States of Kailasa is committed to global peace by building bridges of understanding and deepening ties of friendship between nations through spiritual and cultural diplomacy as per the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Kailasa is achieving this by supporting forums of discussion and representation over the years. Today, global entities right up to the United Nations have started accepting the policies and teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which are based off the cosmic principles, and they have started adopting his recommendations in their policies and framework, which is being given to humanity at large. Representatives of Kailasa have attended, are continuously attending forums on focused issues at the global level and have started voicing out the concerns of the 2 billion Hindu diaspora and have started advocating for Hindu solutions to countries across the world to implement in their policies, as Hindu solutions are cosmic principles-based solutions and therefore are universal and best. and global entities and countries across the world have started responding positively to adopting these cosmic principles-based solutions advocated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and have started adopting it in their policies and framework. Parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism here in Tiruvannamalai, which is today KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, located on Tiruvallur Street, is in the heart of the town of Tiruvannamalai. As you can see, the people have already started flocking in large numbers as the day started just a few hours ago, and they have come in for their first meal of the day to receive the Aushadha food. Parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is located on the 6th circumambulation path of the Arunachaleshwara temple, which is called the Madavivi, the temple, the procession streets of Lord Annamalai, where 300 days in a year, during the festivals, Lord Annamalai travels on these streets in his grand procession, blessing the people in their own homes. He reaches out to them where they are through his grand processions on the Madavivi. And Tiruvallur Street, where the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is located, is the southern leg of this Madavivi. And the Annamalaya devotees who are immersed in the Girivala spiritual practice of coming around Arunachala on the mountain path find it most convenient to step into Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, located on the mountain path, to have their Aushadha food.
जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्री शैलेश्वरा शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभय प्रदायक आनंददायक भक्त उदारणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा ನರ್ದನ ಸುಂದರ ನಟನ ಮನೋಹರ ಕರುಣ ಸಾಗರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಜಗದೋಧಾರಣ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜನಾರ್ದನ ಪರಮದಯಾಗನ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, has given his vision statement to Kailasas, Annalayas, the 4 temples around the world. He says, "Let us create and share food. Let no hungry stomach be denied food. Let all hungry stomachs be fed. And let us not waste food by dropping it either in a stomach that is not hungry or outside in the dustbin. That is being authentic with food." All the Kailasas worldwide serve sattvic food to the people in the vicinity, as well as at large festival congregations in public places such as temples. Lakhs of meals are served specifically at Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Kailasa Madurai and Kailasa Sripuram every month, which have a concentration of people every full moon night from world over. The Hindu diaspora and the global diaspora recognize the untiring services of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the Kailasa ecosystems and continuously contribute towards the groceries and condiments to Kailasa's food banks all over the world. This entire Aushadha Annadhan service happens under the direct guidance and micromanagement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously urges his followers, devotees and disciples to start growing organic food, to start producing organic food in any small way, small, medium, large way that they can, starting from their own home gardens. He encourages vertical gardening in a large way. On the 10th of February 2020, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spoken thus, in his own words: "Start growing organic agricultural products, food, vegetables, grain, rice, everything organically, in a natural way, as per the Veda Agamic tradition, and start making it freely available on a first-come, first-served basis. All my sannyasis, Kailasavasis, should take this as priority. Do agriculture and Goshala, and whatever is produced should be shared freely on a first-come, first-served basis. Set a trend, model, inspire the governments, bigger organizations to follow this, and start educating the whole world about the right food." Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism urges, "Let us take this responsibility of educating the whole world to teach the right knowledge about food and growing food organically, sattvically as per the Veda Agamic tradition, and sharing it freely with the whole world." The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has further spoken on the 4th of January 2020. "Anything which can suffer should not be killed for your food. Even milk, the cows should be treated with a lot of respect, devotion. Drink milk only from those kind of Goshalas." I wanted all our Goshalas in charges all over the world to read the Agamas and understand the spirit with which the cows need to be treated. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, urging his followers worldwide to start producing food and to start caring for cows. The Adishaiva Vedalar community, the biological community of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is an agriculture-based community with vocation primarily related to farming or trade of amenities. This lifestyle is important to the tradition of Shaivism and holds a profound spiritual context. The same spiritual context and lifestyle is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving as Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed on the 27th of July 2017 in his own words, just like Goshala, if you work physically on the sand, prepare the soil, grow things, the most subtle parts of your brain will awaken. Every day, every Adinavasi should spend at least 1 or 2 hours in this. While you do this, keep your inner space in oneness. Let your inner space be with Shiva, and body do the agriculture. In Tamil, beautifully, the Supreme Court of Hinduism says, Unarvil Shaivamum, Udalal Velanmayum, Shaiva Velanmaitvam. The Adishaivites are traditionally known as people of the land. As per this tradition, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made organic agriculture the standard of every Kailasa ecosystem, whether it is in a small-scale home garden or as a full-fledged farm. Kailasa Tiruvannamalai has multiple farms operated by sannyasis and devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the organic food grown here is used in the huge food charity services of feeding the people of Tiruvannamalai. Kailasa's primary healthcare services are based on the Hindu, Ayurveda and Siddha texts. Kailasa offers over 108 alternative solutions for different ailments afflicting humanity, from migraine to cancer. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has devised guided health programs coupled with intermittent fasting and powerful visualizations to combat food-related diseases like diabetes, obesity, bulimia and anorexia. As the new day has dawned here in Tiruvannamalai, the citizens of Tiruvannamalai, the Annamalaya devotees, are back at both the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai. You can see the huge gathering in Kailasa, Tiruvannamalai, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi on Tiruvudal Street, the parental home of Bhagwan, which is located in the heart of this holy town, right next to the Arunachaleshwara temple, where it is most convenient for people living around to simply walk in and have their morning meal. And the Annamalaya devotees who are on the mountain path performing the Girivala around Arunachala are entering Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, located on the mountain path, to have their morning meal. This Kailasa campus, located on the mountain path at Adi Annamalai, holds the magnificent view of Arunachala. The Ajomukha face of Arunachala is seen from this Kailasa campus. The Ajomukha face of Arunachala of Paramashiva is the unmanifest or avyakta component of Paramashiva, manifested as the sixth phase of the Arunachala hill. The Arunachala hill here in Tiruvannamalai is not a single phase hill. It has 6 phases. The 5 phases correspond to the 5 cosmic tasks of Paramashiva, of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting into delusion, and giving liberation or enlightenment. The 6th phase of Paramashiva is his unmanifest component, his avyakta component, which is manifested as the 6th phase of this Arunachala hill here in Tiruvannamalai. And from this Kailasa campus located on the mountain path, only the sixth phase, the unmanifest component of Paramashiva, is visible. Such is the precision orchestration of the positioning of this Kailasa ecosystem by existence itself, where the pure presence of Paramashiva through this unmanifest phase of his is available continuously here in this Kailasa campus. Therefore, continuous Diksha or initiation happens merely by living in this Kailasa ecosystem, in this Kailasa campus on the mountain path. The pre-monastic family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that donated this land at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared that ever since it acquired this land, the family members tried their best to put this land to other usage. But somehow they could never achieve it. But the moment they surrendered the land at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, within just 2 weeks' time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inaugurated the Kailasa ecosystem, installing 1008 Shivalingas and 8 cardinal Shivalingas and 27 trees corresponding to the 27 stars or nakshatras and the 9 planetary gods. All of this the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism consecrated and inaugurated the ecosystem itself within a span of 14 to 19 days, to the utter astonishment of his pre-monastic family, which had been trying for several years to put this land to other usage. Therefore, this land has been protected by Paramashiva himself, meant only for the establishment of his Kailasa ecosystem. And this is further evidenced in the life story of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when he was around 10 years of age. His beloved Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is Paramashiva himself, when he unleashed the Hindu cosmology science to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he brought down the nakshatras, the planets themselves, in front of the eyes of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and explained the entire Hindu cosmology. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, when he was 10 years of age, saw this most astonishing phenomenon right in front of his eyes, where the 9 planetary gods were fully alive, conscious, small figurines moving around, obeying the command of his beloved Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara. And soon after this, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara converted them to 9 gemstones, and he brought the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to this very land where the Kailasa campus is located today. We're talking about way back in 1988. He brought the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to this land and buried these 9 gemstones in a location here where today stands the banyan tree, the sacred banyan tree planted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And he told him that it is here that he would be establishing an ashram years later. And he also told him that his own Jiva Samadhi, the Jiva Samadhi of Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself, would be here in this Kailasa campus, where everyday worship will be offered, right under the Vanni Maram, the Vanni tree, which is located here in this campus. Years later, in the year 2000, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism returned from his arduous years of journeying by foot across the length and breadth of India, enriching millions of lives, he re-entered Tiruvannamalai to offer his deep gratitude to his beloved Arunachaleshwara. And during this time, which is January of the year 2000, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism can be seen captured in photographs sitting at the very tip of this very land, blessing this land in the year 2000, reconnecting with it after his beloved Guru showed it to him years ago. And on the 19th of April 2008, on the auspicious occasion of Chitra Purnima, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inaugurated this Kailasa ecosystem campus right here on this very land shown by his beloved Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara. And later in the year 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism consecrated, established the Jiva Samadhi of his beloved Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, under the very Vanni tree, as directed by his beloved Guru. And today, the beautiful Jiva Samadhi, radiating, enshrined with the energy of Arunagiri Yogeshwara, is located here in this Kailasa campus under the Vanni tree. And this Kailasa campus, despite the persistent attack by Hindu-Masia forces over the years, has withstood all the attacks and has been served.
அருணையின் வேந்தன் கொடிதனை ஏற்றி அருளிடும் நாளின் தரிசனம் கருணையாய் நித்யன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம் கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையிலா
to his global presidential addresses, and through the Adi Shaivam series of talks in Tamil, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivered, reiterating the significance of Adi Shaivism, which is not a religion but the original indigenous lifestyle established by Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself in the Tondai Mandalam region, comprising Tiruvannamalai, Kanchipuram, and surrounding areas. Through his various global presidential addresses, and specifically through the Adi Shaivam series of talks, in 2015 and 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has untiringly reiterated and repeated the significance of this Adi Shaivism indigenous lifestyle, which is the backbone of the Kailasa revival. It is through the lifestyle that the very quality of human beings that existed just a few hundred years ago, and even as recent as during the golden childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai, when the last rung of such individuals existed, the revival of such an enlightened civilization nation with such a high quality of human beings. The very backbone of this revival is the Adi Shaivism original indigenous lifestyle, with its various components, the food component being one of it, where the food is cooked in the most non-violent way. It is produced in the most non-violent way, without the use of fertilizers, without the use of any means of violence. Where it is pure vegetarian, sattvic food, to which Aushadha ingredients are added for conscious growth of those consuming the food, and it is prepared by people who chew on cosmic principles, who live the cosmic principles as their lifestyle, whose very effort in their everyday day-to-day living is to align themselves more and more to the cosmic principles. Therefore, the food that is produced, prepared, cooked, and served in this fashion forms an important component of the reviving of the original Adi Shaivism indigenous lifestyle, which is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism pours his life energy in serving this Aushadha Annadhan through all the Kailasa ecosystems worldwide, and he continuously urges his disciples and followers to start producing food en masse in all the farmlands of Kailasa. This temple monastery complex we are seeing on the mountain path, which is serving the Aushadha Annadhan, has faced such persistent attacks from the Hindunesia elements. It is the extreme dedication and sincere hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that today this temple monastery complex has survived all these attacks and has become a hub for the revival of Hinduism, when it was at one point in time at the brink of extinction, on the face of continued persecution of Hinduism and its ancient sciences. With no support from any avenue whatsoever, this ecosystem of Kailasa in the mountain path has silently endured the attacks from Hindunesia forces, which literally thrashed this entire infrastructure during the persistent attacks. Enduring the entire attack silently, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to give his undaunted seva to his beloved people of Tiruvannamalai, never deterring from his avataric mission of reviving Kailasa, of reviving the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization, of putting back in place a minimum of at least 50 superconscious mutants who will radiate unabashedly the powers of Paramashiva and who will be the guiding forces of humanity at large here in this holy land.
It is these superconscious mutants who lived in the 1970s and 80s who departed from their mortal coil in the early 90s when the Supreme Pontiff, these are the very gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with whom he explored the great Hindu sciences during his golden childhood here in Tiruvannamalai. And it is the commitment of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to re-establish this rare species of superconscious mutants here in Tiruvannamalai and of course in all ecosystems around the world, who will once again be the power manifestors of Paramashiva, who will be the guiding forces of humanity at large, who will inspire humanity to adhere to the cosmic principles and live their lives and start radiating spiritual powers themselves. Today, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai to both these campuses have become a stable source of food for the hungry, serving 5 lakh meals every month. The everyday Aushadha Annadhan happens from these Kailasa ecosystems, where the sadhus, sannyasis, and citizens of Tiruvannamalai can come in and have their 3 meals of the day. Not just 3 meals, but at any time, 24/7. They are free to come and ask for their meal.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मूषिकवाहना मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश
In Tiruvannamalai, there is a concentration of sadhus and sannyasis just outside the Arunachaleshwara temple and just here in Adiyannamalai, just where our Kailasa Tiruvannamalai is located. Therefore, in both of these locations, we have the 2 Kailasa ecosystems functioning. Just near the Arunachaleshwara temple is the Kailasa Tiruvannamalai Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And just here in
मूषिकवाहना मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिवशक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शम्भो शङ्करा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मङ्गलपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणसागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्तपरायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनन्दना गोपी मनोहर हरिनारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतित पावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरुदेव महेश्वर दीनदयाभर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा 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 नित्येश्वरा ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ मूषिकवाहना मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिवशक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शम्भो शङ्कर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा